In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hey, everybody. Good morning and welcome. I drew the short straw today. Johnny and I are both not feeling well. One of us had to do the show. Look, I feel worse this morning than I did yesterday, but I don't feel full on sick yet. Which, I don't know if you know this. I'm not a doctor. But that tells me that, I'm fighting something, right? Like, that's got to be good. As I cough, shit. Every time I cough or I have full-on body aches today. Every time I cough or something, I'm like, not fucking COVID. Because it's not, I'm with you on COVID, completely overblown, whatever. It's been 5 years, we all know, blah, blah, blah. But it still fucking sucks to get it. It's still bad. That's the weirdest part about it is I got it the first July 4th of COVID, July 2020, and then I got it two other times, I think 2022 and 2023. And, people, it was so annoying talking to people about it because you're like, yeah, COVID's not as big a deal as they say it is. We didn't need to shut shit down. And they're like, it's a serious illness. I'm like, yes, I'm not arguing that part. But so is the flu. We don't shut down stores during flu season. This idea that just because something is bad doesn't mean that, that was a very first time ever in our country's history that it was shut shit down because of an illness. And with COVID, it was, people thought they had some kind of own over you because you would go, yeah, it sucks to have, it's brutal. I would say COVID, I had walking pneumonia once and the boogie woogie flu. When I was fifth grade. Fifth grade, I had walking pneumonia. And that sucked because you would just get winded walking back and forth to the living room, like Patrick Melton does. Good morning, guys. But I think COVID is probably the sickest I've ever been. And it just sucks because it starts this way. It starts with all your joints just inflamed. It starts with all your joints just on fire. And then unfortunately, it kind of happens like this. I remember when I first got it at the radio station. I fucking went in with COVID. I didn't know I had it. But my hips and my knees were fucking killing me. And during commercial breaks, I was down on the floor doing yoga stretches to try and loosen up my knees and hips because I thought I just had sore knees and hips. Find out I was sick with COVID because the other symptoms would come days later. So now I'm sitting here this morning as I wake up and everything just hurts. I took some Advil when I woke up, and I'm just sitting here okay, this is day 2 and a half. What's today, Wednesday? Yeah, it's probably day 2 of everything hurting. And I'm like, oh boy, I really hope the other shit doesn't come up behind it. Because sometimes you start getting something and your body fights it off. That's good. Really hoping that's what this is. But Johnny told me yesterday, he said, do you need me tomorrow? I'm like, I'm going to leave it up to you. He goes, I'm feeling a little under the weather and I haven't been getting enough sleep. I'd like to sleep in tomorrow. I'm like, done and done. Done and done. Did I tell you we got the store up? We launched that last night. The store is up. I've got to change. I'm going to change that URL today. I was trying to change the URL before the show, and I just couldn't click around to the right thing to figure out how to change it on Spring. But go Steel. If you just Google Steel Toe Morning Show Spring, it'll take you right there. Otherwise, steel-toe-morning-show.creator-spring.com. Fuck that. Just Google Steel Toe Morning Show Spring, because that's the name of the store. The first shirts and hoodies we have are free, Save Gordy. I just thought that was kind of the thing people were doing this week, so I threw that up there. I'll play around with designs. I'll play around with logos. I'll play around. People are sending me stuff. I'll play around with all that shit. And we'll keep putting more stuff up there. For the people waiting on VIPs, starting today and over the course of the next couple of weeks, I have your guys' address. I'm going to be filling those. And then after about 2 weeks, let the store be up for about 2 weeks. And then if you are a VIP, go ahead and claim your free merch, and we'll send it out to you. So we're back in it. We're back in the game as far as the merch store goes. And I'll keep playing around. And I did tell people, if you send us a design or a logo or a t-shirt and we accept it and we use it, you can get free merch forever. How's that? We can do free merch forever for you. Every time we come out with something, we'll give it to you. Richard H1 telling us cocaine cures COVID. Yeah, somehow I doubt that. McBuster says, meanwhile, children in China are being eaten and they're being done babies. Cry me a river. Well, I didn't. Just because I don't feel well, just because I'm sore and I'm hurting, that doesn't mean that I'm discounting the pain of the done baby. Like, I'm not trying to steal the done baby's pain or steal the done baby's thunder. I'm hot too. Yeah, I'm not going to win this battle. I'm getting hot. I'm starting to sweat. This is going to be bad, isn't it? Shit. I've got that. Yeah, I've got that, like, that furnace feeling going where the heat's coming off of you, where it's like inside out. Should we do hourly temperature checks during the show? That could be fun. Got a lot of stuff to do today. We're going to go through that Levitt press conference. We're going to watch Tiffany Dolton literally fight motherfuckers in Dolton. We've got a fight being announced that's going to be very interesting. Joy Reid having a meltdown over Dr. Phil. And the mayor of Minneapolis is an absolute twat. I mean, we've got a lot of good stuff today. Some guy in Mississippi, some senator there, is proposing a law to ban masturbation. Good luck enforcing it. I don't know how you're going to do that. You know what? Don't enforce it. Because there's no way to enforce a ban on whacking off without literally just looking into people's windows. And that's illegal. That's peeping. So we can't enforce one crime by committing another. Although we are talking about the government here. Clopogram says, Aaron, this clip will make you feel happy and good.
No.
Johnny's saying there's no way you can make it for that.
There's no chance putting it.
Why? He's hit a good putt.
There's no
Want me to
chance.
show you how to putt it?
You can't.
Is that Daly? Yeah, John Daly was not known for his short game. Oh, and that's Nicholas. That's a Golden Bear. Okay. So John Daly had a long putt, and Nicholas is like, that's a makeable putt. He's like, you're out of your mind. He's like, oh, let me show you. John Daly, if you don't know golf, John Daly could hit the ball a mile. He just couldn't do anything else.
There you go. Yeah, show me how to do it.
Get out of here. Fuck off.
I think you showed him. You cannot script that any.
You've got to be a fucking mathematician to knock down that putt. I've done my share of golfing, man. I don't get putting. I don't understand putting. I don't get it. I don't know how it's done. I can't figure it out. How many times have you played a break literally the opposite direction it's playing? Like, how many times have you tried to putt something? Like, you're like, oh, this is clearly a right to left break, and you putt it right, and it breaks further right. That's what kind of putter I am. Terrible at it. Once in a while, and here's the torturous thing about golf. You'll have a good one once in a while. I mean, you'll have a putt where you're like, holy shit, I can do this. Golf is very much akin to drug addiction in that you'll have a good buzz one time and then the rest of your life will be a series of disastrous buzzes, but you remember that first one and you keep on chasing it. Same thing with golf. Every golfer has that amazing shot they hit once and they're like, I'll do that every time. And then the next 99 times that they don't do it, those are flukes. And then the good one that they hit, that's the real golfer you are. Triple N, that is not true. I do not like putting in the rough. Richard H1 says, fucking windmill gets me every time. They really are no good sons of bitches, aren't they? Welcome to the show, everybody. We're going to have a good one. I think we should do hourly temperature checks because I'm hotter than a pistol right now, as my dad used to say. Yeah, hotter than a pistol. I want to check the old temp. I bet you I'm normal. I feel a little like I'm radiating a bit, but I don't feel like I'm running a fever at this point. Thank you very much to the morning show audience, and thank you very much to the evening show audience. You guys are both well ahead. You've got leads for yourself. We're at 290 for this morning, and we're at 110 for tonight. That's kind of my dream, by the way. My dream for the show is to be at like 200 and 100. And then I could fucking do this forever at 200, 100. So basically, you guys buy enough shirts and we get enough audience members. And I keep toning down the old lifestyle a little bit. We'll be at our dream numbers in no time. MN Vikings with 199 says checking out Swing House today. That place looks like a lot of fun. It's a 24-hour golf simulator. They've got 2 simulator bays, and the thing's open 24 hours a day. Kind of cool. No, guys, I'm not going to be using a rectal thermometer. I'm not going to be using a rectal thermometer on the show or ever. I've never had my temperature taken rectally. Chips and Diff says, I thought your dream was to be under 200 pounds. No. My dream is not to be under. I don't think. I've been under 200 pounds once in my life. When I first started boxing when I was 17, I boxed for like a year and then took 15 years off. And when I was 17, I got down to 192. And I looked like a ghost. Like I was gone. I looked like shit. April's Missing Orgasm says, you might get those shirts by 2026 if you order today. No. I have nothing to do with the shipping. It's all spring. You order your shirts, you're getting them like within a week, I believe. That's the best part about it. You don't have to rely on me a bit. So just Dr. Rondo saying, where are the shirts? Just search Steel Toe Morning Show Spring on Google. It'll take you right there. I'll put the link in the chat here as well. And there it is. I mean, we got the Save Gordy shirt. And then we'll be putting more stuff up there as the motivation strikes me, so to speak. All right, I'm going to play the music for a little bit. I'm going to go get that thermometer. I'm very curious to see what we're looking at today for temperature. The way I'm feeling right now, you guys are going to watch me get sick in real time. Like, as you watch the show today, you're going to watch, by like 9:30, you're going to see me going. So Trump today was, he's got a meeting with, like that. I'm going to be like that by the end of the program. By the way, that cough, you think I'm a good actor? That was just a real cough that happened to happen at that point. So 290 is the number. Thank you very much. Go ahead and throw in a couple bucks. Let's knock this thing out today. Let's fire up the music. I'll go grab the thermometer quick. We'll see what we're dealing with. All right, kids, here we go. Gray Duckling with $2 says it's 26 degrees outside. Well, now we know. Now we're all set. All right, let's take a look. $98.7 right on the nuts. We're good so far. We're good so far. I took some... yeah. Clopogram says take 2 and a Celsius and you'll be fine. I don't know what the thing that is. I took 3 Advil and a Celsius, and I got a nice big water next to me. That's what we're going to fight this. That's what we're going to fight our illness with. Energy drinks and God's nectar. Water. All right, guys. I know some of you aren't going to care. I know some of you guys are going to curse the name when you see this, but this is interesting from a sideshow aspect. This is a fun little carnival thing. It looks like the Paul brothers are going to fight each other. March 27th on Max, Logan versus Jake. The Paul brothers are going to have it up. Is this... people are saying stop... in the comments of this tweet, they're saying stop trolling, whatever. Why wouldn't you do this? First of all, Jake's going to fucking kill Logan. I mean, it's not even close. If this was, if this was at WrestleMania, we'd say Logan's going to win. But Jake Paul, Logan Paul. Jake Paul is open to fighting his brother Logan. Jake Paul announces his next opponent. His brother Logan Paul will not exactly. Jake Paul to fight Logan Paul on March 27th. Jake Paul and Logan Paul are officially fighting each other. Okay, well, it looks like it's real then. The Paul brothers are going to fight. And Jake is very good at putting on, what do you call it? Spectacles. You know, we all remember the Mike Tyson thing. Not the greatest boxing match of all time, but it crashed Netflix and a ton of people watched it. Jake is very good at the sizzle. Not so much the steak. I don't think this fight's going to be a particular, exhibition in pugilistic excellence. I think Jake will win. I think Jake will win pretty safe, pretty easily. But I don't see what this could hurt. I mean, if you don't like it, don't watch it. And if you're morbidly curious about what the Paul brothers are going to do to each other, tune in, check it out. Can't hurt. It's going to be on HBO Max, though, so he learned his lesson with the Netflix thing. Los Federales says, fight Canelo and prove yourself. I think Dana White had the greatest line when it came to people who aren't real world championship contender boxers boxing Canelo. He said, because when Kamaru Usman was at his peak in UFC, when he was the welterweight champion, 170 pounds, killing people, they asked Dana White, they said, Kamaru Usman says he wants to fight Canelo. What do you think? And he goes, this is Dana White, the guy who runs UFC, about his own guy. He said, look, I watched Canelo tonight. He don't want to fight Canelo. And he told the media, he goes, guys, fucking stop it. Stop with the boxing shit. Dana White, Canelo. It's a clip worth finding here. I'm sure it's up there pretty quick. Yeah. Dana White, this is 2021, on Kamaru Usman wanting to box Canelo Alvarez. Here we go. This is this is the night that Canelo beat Caleb Plant or Billy Joe Saunders, I think.
Has been talking about a possible boxing match with Canelo, which seemed surprising. I mean, is there something that you would even discuss?
Is that what he said tonight?
Yeah, well, he said it this week. He's just like the greatest pound-for-pound MMA fighter, the greatest pound-for-pound boxer.
I watched the Canelo fight tonight. He don't want to fight Canelo. You don't want to fight Canelo. Come on, man. Let's stop this shit. If Canelo wants to come over here, let's do it. He don't want to box Canelo.
I don't think Canelo wants to fight MMA either. So,
Dana, I don't think Dana really got the taste out of his mouth of one of his biggest draws getting knocked out by Floyd Mayweather. A 40-year-old retired Floyd Mayweather wiped the floor with Conor McGregor. I don't think that. I don't think that sat well. I don't think that Dana White was happy about that, so he doesn't want to throw more of his guys out there. He made Francis Ngannou leave. He was like, you want to do boxing shit? Fine, go do boxing shit on your own time. And Ngannou made a good account of himself against Tyson Fury. We kind of learned later that it was a washed up kind of Tyson Fury. But he got fucking destroyed by an Anthony Joshua who's a little washed too. So yeah, everybody stay in their lane. Everybody wants to know what would the MMA fighter do against the boxer and this and that. It's very simple. The boxer will beat the MMA guy almost every time. And the MMA guy will kill the boxer in MMA almost every time. There are some rare instances where somebody could land a miracle. I know Ray Mercer fought some MMA and he knocked some people out. Butterbean, Butterbean didn't fight the stiffest competition. But Ray Mercer won a few fights. I think, who was the MMA guy who came over to boxing and did okay? Was it Lucas Brown? He did all right. But yeah, you can't take a guy who's used to punching and kicking and wrestling and choking and all of this stuff and then say, oh, well, let's only let him do one of the things he does against a guy who only does that one thing. He'll get fucking slaughtered. Meanwhile, you have a guy, let's take a guy who only punches and let's let a guy, take him out at the legs. It's like, that guy's going to get killed. Triple N says Tim Sylvia was KO'd by Ray Mercer. Yeah, Ray Mercer knocked out a former heavyweight champion who's well past his prime. And that's kind of the advantage boxers have is you can land one. But, people who don't know boxing talk about that puncher's chance. You know what people think a puncher's chance means, hey, there's a good shot he can knock him out. Puncher's chance means you're fucked. Like, a puncher's chance is not a good thing. When someone says, oh, a guy's got a puncher's chance at winning, it means you're pretty well fucked and there's no real way you can win this unless a miracle happens. Honky with $1 says your thermometer measures IQ. Cool. Thank you. MN Vikings with $1.99 says the Paul brothers are the best marketers in the world. They're kind of in the vein of the Ringling brothers and Barnum and Bailey and Vince McMahon. They're kind of cut from that cloth. Like, they know how to get a crowd to stop and look at them. That's worth something. I know a lot of people hate them and they think they're little jackasses, and Lord knows I get that. But, the guys are very good at going, hear ye, step right up. And then people stopping and looking at them and going, what the fuck are those two retards doing? That's all they need. All you need is for people to stop and go, what are those retards doing? And they'll stop and watch it. You can hate guys like that. You can think they're punk asses. You can think whatever, but that's a skill. That's a skill. All right, let's continue on. You guys want to watch? So I haven't watched a lot of this yet, but I hear that this Caroline Leavitt did a killer job yesterday. We're going to watch a lot of cool shit today. So Tiffany Henyard had a county meeting. This wasn't the Dolton City Council meeting. This was the county that she's the trustee for. She fucked over that county financially too. And the whole thing ended in a brawl. And Tiffany Henyard joined in the brawl. Like, Tiffany Henyard got in a fucking fight at a county commissioners meeting. To kind of give you the context of, when your county, about your county commissioners? I don't know how much you follow your local politics, but twice a month, your county commissioners will meet. I know when I was doing news in Meeker County, county commissioners would meet every other Tuesday, I think. And the county commissioners will meet. They'll discuss county business, road work, zoning, shit like that. And they usually, when I went to them, when I had to fill in for our news guy, they usually didn't end with a lot of people pulling weaves and punching people. It was Meeker County. I don't know if we can take anything from that. But in the Thornton Township meeting, they were all throwing hands. Like, it ended in people throwing hands. And Tiffany Henyard sprinted into the fight. Might as well, right? She has nothing to lose. Tiffany Henyard is bottle fucked. Like, she is done. Lori Lightfoot buried her on Monday night. And then on Tuesday night, she decided, well, fuck it, I'll go get in a fight. Because some activist said something like get her black ass out. Like, he was given time to speak, and he said, we gonna get rid of yo black ass for Stephanie, meaning somebody else in the county commissioner's office. They were going to replace her. And he started walking up towards her, and Tiffany Henyard's boyfriend yelled something at him, and he went back to go confront him. And then punches were thrown, and then Tiffany Henyard runs into the scuffle. It was white trash with black people. It was a barbecue gone terribly wrong. We'll watch that today as well. But this Leavitt stuff, is pretty good. Like I said, I haven't watched it yet, but people have said it's pretty good. This Caroline Leavitt thing. She gave her first press conference and apparently looked great handling the media. Trump also pissed a lot of people off again by saying that he's going to let independent media into the White House press corps. I think that's something that Fox News might even be upset about. Like, I don't think that's a Republican conservative thing because, like, legacy media has that hoity-toity nose in the air attitude. Like, we're better than everybody. We're the real media. So you start letting, like, Tim Pool, you start letting Timcast IRL having a White House correspondent, or I know Keem is looking for someone to try and be a White House correspondent, a drama alert correspondent. You start letting those people in. A, it's going to be a shit show. Get ready. That's going to be must-see TV. And B, all the legacy media people who are basically, wearing the press hats with the piece of paper in it, they're going to be apoplectic about this, I believe. But it shouldn't surprise anybody. Trump hates the media. The media hates Trump. And when Trump doesn't like people, he fucks with them. And he's going to fuck with the media. Thank you very much to Sarah for the $5 over on PayPal. Appreciate that. 285 is the number today, guys. And also, when you order your merch from the Steel Toe store, when you order stuff, we are going to put a portion of that to the goal. I'd say probably half or more will go towards the goal. Coltrane with $1 says, County Commissioner in Stearns is my neighbor directly across the street. I don't see him brawling, right? They don't have a lot of brawling at county commissioner meetings unless Tiffany Henyard's in there. Turd Burglar says Owen Schroyer at the White House would be great. Oh, yeah. InfoWars could have somebody there. By the way, are they just not selling that now? Like, remember that Alex Jones had to sell InfoWars, and then they did that crooked deal with The Onion, and then the judge shot it down and said, no, you got to do open bids, and this thing has to be above board. Enough of this rigged bullshit. And Alex Jones got control back of InfoWars and still has it until they have another auction. But it does seem like they're in less of a hurry to have an auction now that it has to be done openly. The bids have to be open. Anyone can bid. You have to take the highest bidder. They don't seem as gung-ho. They don't seem as in a hurry to auction off InfoWars when they have to do it, without fucking Alex over. So let's take a look at how Caroline Leavitt did. We have a bunch of clips here. This is her talking about Corinne Jean-Pierre and the legacy media. This is going to be a very contentious relationship for the next 4 years. They're just not going to let her have a moment. Like, you remember, it was really Peter Doocy who would give KJP a hard time on a regular basis, and she would sidestep and obfuscate. This Caroline Leavitt's more of a direct brawler type. She's kind of like that McEnany type where she just jumps right in there with you. KJP was kind of passive-aggressive and shitty. To give her credit, Leavitt is a lot like Jen Psaki. Jen Psaki will fucking go right after you. I thought she was good. She might have been the only good thing about that Biden administration is she was made for that job because she was a bitch. You have to be a bitch. Whether you're a guy or a girl, you got to be a little cunt to do that job. And this Leavitt does a solid job here. Let's check out the first clip.
Speaking on behalf of the President of the United States. That is my job. And I will say it's very easy to speak truth from this podium when you have a president who is implementing policies that are wildly popular with the American people. And that's exactly what this administration is doing. It's correcting the lies and the wrongs of the past 4 years. Many of the lies that have...
I'm sorry, I watch shit like this and I just feel good. I watch her do a press conference and I just watch them openly shit on Biden and I feel better about the country. Like, I just feel happier. I can't explain it. Like, I watch this shit happen and it's not the people getting mad. It's not that I'm enjoying their depression, I guess you would call it, or enjoying their freakouts. I do, but that's not what I feel when I watch this. When I watch this, I feel good, like, hey, good shit's going to happen and the people in charge are going to tell me about it. And the people in charge are going to be very open about what they're doing. And I'm not going to have to think of wild conspiracy theories on, to make something make sense. And I like that they're shitting all over Joe Biden.
Have been told to your faces in this very briefing room. I will not do that. But since you brought up Truth Seek, I would like to point out While I vowed to provide the truth from this podium, we ask that all of you in this room hold yourselves to that same standard. We know for a fact there have been lies that have been pushed by many legacy media outlets in this country about this president, about his family, and we will not accept that. We will call you out when we feel that your reporting is wrong or there is misinformation about this White House. So yes, I will hold myself to the truth, and I expect everyone in this room to do the same.
I like this one. She's, you know what? She's going to be just fine in this job. I think she's going to do all right. This is, here's another clip. This is from Liz Churchill. It says, best first press conference in American history. Here's another quick one. We'll just go through a few of these.
Caroline, on immigration. Of the 3,500 arrests ICE has made so far since President Trump came back into office, can you just tell us the numbers? How many have a criminal record versus those who are just in the country illegally?
Can I say this? I'm tired of that too. It doesn't matter. They're all criminals. I don't, in the last 20 years, there's been this weird movement to legitimize being an illegal immigrant. Like, that's a federal crime in and of itself. I don't need you to knock off a gas station or shoot somebody to justify deporting you. Did you come here legally? No, you're out. You're out. We don't need you. And then these racist Democrats, when they talk about needing illegal immigrants, it's always the same thing. Oh, fruit pickers, maids, toilet cleaners. It's like, dude, you're shitty and you don't even know it.
All of them, because they illegally broke our nation's laws and therefore they are criminals as far as this administration goes. I know the last administration didn't see it that way, so it's a big culture shift in our nation to view someone who breaks our immigration laws as a criminal, but that's exactly what they are.
Yeah, I like her. She's got that bitchiness you need for that job. There's I want to see the one. I want to see the one where she says that they're going to put like independent media up there. Here's the egg question. Somebody asked her why the price of eggs haven't gone down in a week. Fucking Trump, lying sack of shit.
Country and America is back. Christian Daycock.
Thanks, Caroline. Just real quick, you mentioned the inflation executive order the president signed, but egg prices have skyrocketed since President Trump took office. So what specifically is he doing to lower those costs for Americans?
Really glad you brought this up, because there is a lot of reporting out there that is putting the onus on this White House for the increased cost of eggs. I would like to point out to each and every one of you that in 2024...
I bought eggs this weekend. Like for the first, I don't buy eggs that often because I don't use them. But I bought eggs for the first time in a while this weekend. Fuck, they are expensive. I remember $1.89 eggs. Was that long ago? I'm not an egg man, but I remember $1.89 eggs. And I think the dozen eggs that I got were like 3 something. I was like, fuck, when did this happen?
When Joe Biden was in the Oval Office, or upstairs in the residence sleeping, I'm not so sure, egg prices increased 65% in this country. We also have seen the cost of everything, not just eggs. Bacon, groceries, gasoline have increased because of the inflationary policies of the last administration. As far as the egg shortage, what's also contributing to that is that the Biden administration and the Department of Agriculture directed the mass killing of more than 100 million chickens, which has led to a lack of chicken supply in this country, therefore a lack of egg supply, which is...
What the fuck? Is that like burning down? Is that like when Napoleon was advancing into Russia, they just burned Moscow to the ground while they retreated? Is that what the Biden administration did? They lost the election, so they just murdered hundreds of millions of chickens to fuck over the egg price? If all those 130 million chickens just lay a half an egg between them, we're looking pretty good on eggs. What's 65 million eggs divided by a dozen? Hold on. 65 million divided by 12. That's like 5.5 million dozen eggs. Right on the store shelves. And Joe Biden fucking slaughtered them. Dude, just because you lose, can I tell you something? I think that does more damage to the country than January 6th. I think that's a shittier move. I think pardoning Fauci, pardoning the Biden crime family, And slaughtering 100 million chickens on your way out is more damaging to the regular people in this country than January 6th is. These guys are all sore losers. They just do it in different ways.
Leading to the shortage. So I will leave you with this point. This is an example of why it's so incredibly important that the Senate moves swiftly to confirm all of President Trump's nominees, including his nominee for the United States Department of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins.
Yeah, I don't know who this Brooke Rollins is. I don't know if she's going to do a good job, but could she not order the Holocaust of chickens? So, like, the chickens Biden ordered killed, they're not, I'm guessing they're not going into the food supply, so we're just killing them and chucking them, burning them? I don't know. Mass graves? Like, are we going to liberate a chicken Auschwitz and we're just going to find these little emaciated chickens? What the? All the barns have wooden doors. People are wondering, why are there soccer fields at the chicken coop?
Who is already speaking with Kevin Hassett, who's leading the economic team here at the White House, on how we can address the egg shortage in this country. As for costs, I laid out the plethora of ways that President Trump has addressed saving costs for the American people over the past week. He looks forward to continuing to doing that in the days ahead.
Yeah, it's been a week. I mean, he's not gonna bring the egg prices down in a week. I mean, he should do it. You know, if we're a few months in here and the egg prices haven't come down, then you can start bitching. But a week, you know, give him some time. He's trying to ban trans people from the military. All right. Priorities. The egg shortage thing, though, like egg and chicken shortages, that seems like an easy problem to correct. It's just we need more chicken fucking. Not us. Like, not people. I'm not saying people the chickens need to fuck each other and they need to have baby chickens. We need more white chicken babies. Is what I'm trying to say. We need to make the chicken coop a safe place for white chicken babies. That's the way we're going to fix this egg situation, my friends. We need to here, let me read my thoughts on the egg shortage. I have a very simple solution to the egg shortage crisis. We must secure the existence of our chickens and a future for white chicken children. That's all we... I don't really think that's a controversial statement. All you got to do is just let the chickens breed. I mean, not ordering 160 million of them to be slaughtered is a good start, I feel like. This is another situation. Like, you can solve this by letting the government do nothing. There's so many problems that we're having in our economy that could be solved by the government just backing off. Hey, how do we get egg prices to go down? Well, you could not go into people's farms and kill their chickens. That would be good. Oh, so literally we just need to encourage the farmers? No. You don't need to encourage shit. Just don't go into where they make their product and kill them. You know, that it's like, hey, how do we prevent McDonald's from having to raise their prices? Don't firebomb their fry trucks. I mean, as long as you don't firebomb their fry trucks, I think we'll be able to figure this thing out. Jesus, guys. Ryan the Garbage Man says, license and registration, chicken fucker. No, I'm not saying that the chickens, you need to let the chickens reproduce on their own. Somebody, too, says, also, any farms in a certain mile radius of an infected farm cannot get new chickens for a certain amount of time, so that doesn't help either. Yeah, get the government out of the chicken management business, and I think we'll be okay. Honky says, a more perfect coop. Yes. 81 administration ago, our forefathers brought forth to this continent a crazy elderly man who just strangled 165 million chickens on his way out. It's Trump's fault that the egg prices are going up. Meanwhile, we have an 82-year-old who goes, did we lose the election? Execute Order 66 on the chickens. I didn't know he did that. That does strike me as a slash and burn technique to fuck over Trump. Mussolini Diff with $2 says chickens got avian flu, killed in a panic by Biden. Yeah, but that's like how they handled COVID, too. It's like, hey, we've got 500 chickens with avian flu. All right, isolate them, wipe them out. Yeah, but we're thinking we did contact tracing, and it could be 165 million. We're not killing 165 million chickens. Yeah, but what about the avian flu? There's a certain amount of chicken murder that I'm willing to say no to, and I'll roll the dice with avian flu. Hey, man, we've got to kill 500 chickens to stop the spread of avian flu. Cool. Sign it up. That really sucks, but we'll recover. Hey, man, we've got to kill 9 digits worth of fucking chickens in order to stop avian flu. No. We'll take a risk. I'm already sick. I'm already sick. I'll take my chances with avian flu. Maybe I have avian flu right now. We need to turn these hens into broodmares, dog. That's what we need to be doing. Brittany Boo becoming a member for 32 months. Thank you very much, Brittany, for becoming a steel toe member for almost 3 years. It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. Oh, and thank you guys for buying those shirts and hoodies. We appreciate it. We're gonna take a little something off the top of the goal at the end of the day here. We'll put it towards tomorrow's goal. Once we know how many of you have ordered your steel toe merch, we'll put a little something towards tomorrow and we'll start out ahead. Right now, go ahead and knock out that 285. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, gifted memberships. Like I said last night when the evening show audience was going fucking bonkers, we've been having our highest membership totals in a long time. So keep gifting those memberships and keep becoming a member. We'll give you more members-only content as time goes on. If I'm feeling well tomorrow, I'm going to do another members show, and we'll just keep throwing you some content on that members side of things. Somebody texting in, good morning, Dick. It's always a good start. Corporate has deemed you to be the one true hoagie boy. Thank God. We look forward to you competing at super heavyweight this spring. It's not lying. It is super heavyweight. Use this link moving forward, you incompetent Garrison Keillor lookalike. tinyurl.com/Steel-Toe Morning Show merch. Let's see if that works. tinyurl.com/Steel. What is it? STMS merch. STMS merch. Hey, what do you know? It works. Hey, I don't know how to do that. tinyurl.com/STMS merch. There you go, guys. I just put that link in the chat. See if it works. tinyurl.com/STMS merch. How does it feel to have literally one of the most incompetent technical people running the show you watch? Diamonds and Henna becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much for the baby boots. I appreciate that membership. 280 away from this morning. You guys are on a roll. Thank you very much. Keep it going. Let's knock that out and do a half hour of overtime while I sweat out a couple of pounds this morning. Sounds good to me. We got more of the Caroline Leavitt press conference. A lot of people really liked that truth speech she gave about, calling out the legacy media and everything else. Oh, and Trump gave a little press conference too? Oh, never mind. That was a week ago. I wanted to see the one where she talks about independent media. She's only 27 also. She's 27 years old. She's killing it. She's going to do a good job. You gotta have a thick skin and a lot of guts to do that gig. Here's an interesting note on the Trump administration this morning. This is border crossings. Border crossings in the last week are down 93% under President Trump. I'm starting to think that illegals just, like, as soon as he becomes president, they're like, I'm not even making the trip, bro. Like, I'm not. They said that there was, like, in the last days of the Biden administration, there were people flooding to the border as fast as they could. And then as soon as, like, the minute Trump, like, he took the oath of office and he canceled that illegal immigration app. Aaron, what do you mean illegal immigration app? Yeah, the Biden administration set up an app for illegal immigrants so that they could check in and, just did it. Just had an app for them. Trump canceled that. Bunch of people started crying at the border. It was kind of funny. But now you take a look, 21st of January, literally right after Trump takes office, you get that absolute death drop in daily encounters of undocumented migrants without repatriations and returns to Mexico. Look at that. This is as of 2 days ago, down 92.9%. It's just, the advantage of him being president once before is that people kind of know what to expect. And illegals too, like illegals follow it as well. And they see that Trump became president again. It goes to January 20th. They're like, it's going to be a huge pain in my ass and it's going to be more trouble than it's worth for me to go up to the border because I'm going to get arrested. I'm going to get processed. This is going to be a really uncomfortable situation for me. Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99 says if a farm gets avian flu, they gas them out and they can't restock the farm for 45 days and after they test the farm again. Son of a bitch. Gray Duckling with $5 says it would take you over 5 years if you killed one a second. Are you shitting me? It would take 5 years to kill 165 million chickens if you killed one a second. That means we were setting a breakneck pace with those chickens. Holy shit. Well, thank you guys. 275 away from today. Let's do some calculations. So we have to kill 165 million chickens divided by 24 hours in a day. So we got to kill 6.8 million a day divided by 60 minutes in an hour. We have to kill 114,000 an hour divided by 60 minutes in an hour, 1,900 a minute. That's a lot. That's a lot. You got to kill 31 chickens a second. Holy fuck. It's doable, right? You have 31 guys just standing there with meat cleavers and you go, make ready, take aim, fire. 31. Make ready, take aim, fire. That's more than a second, isn't it? We're going to need like 75 guys all at once, just dropping meat cleavers. Your arms are going to get tired. How long do you think you can do that? It's more than an 8-hour day. By the way, I did watch The Patriot recently, thus the make ready, take aim, fire. I can't help it. What do you want from me, boys and girls? All right, let's continue on here. So border crossings are down. We've got a new press secretary. She seems great. She seems fantastic. And we learned today that the Biden administration whacked 165 million chickens. That would explain egg prices. That's for sure. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, so I guess there is no fans of Dr. Phil in Mexico. Holy shit, you're not kidding. Does Dr. Phil even have a syndicated show anymore? If he does, he's not big in Guadalajara right now. He really killed those markets just going out on the street with Tom Homan and busting PDF file illegals. It was funny though when Dr. Phil was interviewing that one illegal immigrant that they were deporting, and Dr. Phil wanted to keep asking him about what he did. Like, hey, what law did you break? And he was a sex offender. And the guy didn't want to answer Dr. Phil. So he's like, so what'd you do? So I heard that you're a sex offender. What'd you do? And the guy's like, you Dr. Phil? It's like, bitch, hold on. Don't try to appeal to my vanity. Dr. Phil, illegals. Yeah. Here's the clip. This is Dr. Phil in on an ICE raid.
Say the what? You have a first and last name.
Sam.
Say the Sam?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Thailand.
You've been deported before from the United States?
It's fucking weird how like there's a spot in Asia, and it's kind of like it's Southeast Asia, but it's like Southeast and then out into the Pacific Islands a little bit, where you start to like the line blurs between Latino and Asian. Like you look at that guy, if someone said, "Oh, it's a Latino," you'd be like, "Okay, all right, I'll go with that." And then you go, "Oh, no, he's Asian." Oh fuck yeah, you know what? I see it.
It's
No.
never been deported.
I've been in the system before.
You ever been deported? Look. Hey, you Dr. Phil? Hey, what was the question? Have I ever been deported? Oh, wow, that's a loaded question. Hey, who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with?
Charged with?
Hey, didn't you work with Oprah? She was great. What was she like? She seems like an inspirational person. What was the question?
Before.
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna talk about lawyer.
Yeah. Are you a citizen?
My mom's a citizen.
Your mother?
My mother's a citizen. If your mother's a citizen, why aren't you a citizen, pal?
Mother's a citizen?
Yes.
But you're not?
Nope.
But you've never been deported before?
You got to fill.
Hey, what'd you do? You ever been deported before? Hey, you Dr. Phil, love your show, man.
Dr. Phil.
Yeah? How do you know me?
No, I seen Dr. Phil, on TV.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like watching Brendan Dassey talk to his mom. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Well, this is an example of sanctuary cities, right? We got an illegal alien convicted of sex crimes involving children. He's walking the street.
Yo, bro. That'd be funny if we went, bro, don't be telling Dr. Phil that I'm committing sex crimes with children. What the fuck? You're making me look like a dick in front of Dr. Phil, dude. You're already going to deport me. Don't let Dr. Phil think I'm an asshole.
Streets of Chicago. Again, the downfall, the problem with the sanctuary city, that people like us walking the street rather than local law enforcement working with federal agents. This is what we're dealing with.
How about the fact that he's committed sex crimes with minors and he's not in prison? Like, fuck the deportation, which is the right move. But, like, how about the fact that he's just out on the street? Like, even if he was a citizen, it would upset me that he's out on the street.
Yeah. You've been charged with sex crimes with children?
Not really.
Not really. It's not the answer we like to hear when we ask that question. The correct answer is no. If you're okay. Not really is anything other than no is a yes.
Not really? And never been deported?
Nope.
Huh. Let's take him in and process him, lock him up.
Got it, sir.
All right. Can you get a transport?
All right. Well, Dr. Phil, I still nobody has explained to me why Dr. Phil is deporting people. Why? I don't know. I don't understand why Dr. Phil is there. Nobody's explained it yet. Still funny to me, though. Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99 says also if the chicken farm in Cokato keeps having barns burned down, that doesn't help with egg prices. No, probably not. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says Donald Trump should move early the press room to one of the office buildings and uncover and restore the White House swimming pool. All right. I will take that under advisement with my White House team, and we will figure out what's going on with the White House pool. 270 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys very much for your contributions and generosity. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Check this shit out. Chad Buzamok, top donations. Informal Warfare, running away with it at $310. Aaron's period pill at 105. He came in strong last night. Andrea Plus with 90 and Crunchy at $85. That is the leaderboard. We've got a few at 50. We've got a few in the 30s. We've got a lot of people in the 20s and a lot of 5s and 10s in there. Thank you guys very much for your support this week. The evening show goal tonight is going to be very easy. It's about cut in half. We have 2 more morning show goals, this one and tomorrow. So thank you guys very much. We're very close to being perfect. So you keep throwing in. We're doing it 5 at a time today. Sounds great to me. Throw in your 5s and whatever you got, and we'll knock that out in no time. My gals on The View needed a little bit of a legal update. Isn't Sunny Hostin supposed to be a lawyer? Isn't that where she made her bones? was as an attorney. Maybe I have that wrong. But she seems to have a very poor understanding of the law. Sunny Hostin. It says lawsuit. Sunny Hostin, yeah, an American lawyer, author, and television host. So I want to point out that the person you're about to watch is a lawyer. She is an expert in the law. This is unforgivable if you're a legal expert. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Sunny Hostin, who puts her politics over her profession.
But 87% support deporting criminal undocumented migrants.
Yes, I don't know anybody in the world. Yeah, I don't know anybody in the world who wants to keep the criminals. I don't know.
I do. Have you watched the fucking news? Shitloads of people. Lots of people want to keep the criminal aliens. Selena Gomez is having a psychological breakdown on Twitter because they're deporting illegal criminals. And then Donald Trump deports thousands of illegal criminals in a week, and you guys go, oh, this is terrible. Oh, he's violating these poor people's human dignity and their rights and everything else. And it's like, the people he's deporting have criminal records. First of all, they're here illegally, which is enough to deport them theoretically, but he's going after the criminals first, and you guys are bitching about it. So don't sit there and try to play it both ways where you're like, all of us here are fine with illegal immigrant criminals being deported. You're clearly not, because that's what he's doing, and you can't stop having a meltdown over it.
Anybody.
That's where you should be focused.
Can I say something? Because, we keep on talking about criminals and immigrants being criminals. And I just want people to understand what the facts are and the stats are.
Ready, guys? This is a lawyer. She's a legal beagle. She's going to educate you on what the law is.
Is that undocumented immigrants are much less likely to have committed crimes than American citizens.
They don't have a right to be here. If you're an American citizen, we kind of got to put up with your shit. We can't put you on an ice floe out the country. The founding fathers told us we couldn't do that. Sometimes we'd like to. Sometimes we'd like to take our own citizens and just cast them out like a leper. But you're not allowed to do that. I hate this argument, though, like, illegal immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than Americans. First of all, I'm willing to bet that's a bullshit statistic. But number two, let me accept your premise. See, this is a good argument tactic. This is a good debating tactic. Assume your opponent's precedent is true and then still take it apart. Okay, let's take Sunny Hostin Esquire, and let's say that what she's saying is true. Illegal immigrants are less likely to commit crime than American citizens. Okay, fine. We don't have to tolerate it. We don't have to let them commit crimes like we do citizens, because they committed a crime when they came into the country. Coming here illegally is a federal offense. So you committed a crime when you got here. So don't tell me that they're less likely to commit crime. But if they do commit crime, we don't have to just arrest them and put them through the process like we do a citizen. We can just kick their asses out.
American citizens commit more crimes than anyone who is undocumented. I also want to make the point that an undocumented...
Hold on a minute. I hate to be autistic as fuck for a second, but does that sound to you like the people on The View are pumping in applause? Because that built up really quick and then just ended. It sounds like, remember when WCW wasn't doing well and they piped in Goldberg chants to make it sound like there were more people there? I feel like The View is getting insecure with their shitty takes, and they're pumping it up for the TV audience by pumping in the applause. It sounded weird to me.
Than anyone who is undocumented. I also want the crime than Americans.
So here's what I want you to listen for. Usually if a shitload of people are applauding, you raise your voice, because to talk over the applause. When you hear someone's volume level stay the same through applause, that usually means it's piped in. Also, the applause just cuts off. It dies right away.
Citizens. American citizens commit more crimes than anyone who is undocumented. I also want to make the...
It's not natural. That sounded weird. I'm nitpicking, but that sounded weird.
Point that an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal because he or she is undocumented. That is...
Yes, they are! You're a lawyer, for cunt's sake. Are you joking? Come on, man. You got to strip them of their license to practice law. Just because you're undocumented doesn't mean you're a criminal. No, it's literally what that means. Like illegal. You know the illegal part of illegal immigrant? Illegal, like as in they broke the law. Holy shit! Like I know you and I watch these clips ironically to make fun of these people. There are people who watch this show and get their political education from these broads.
It's a civil offense. So to call people illegal is in and of itself, I think, xenophobic and racist.
Oh,
I do.
Well, there you go. There you go, guys. More fake applause. There you go, guys. If you want the immigration process in this country cleaned up, there you go. There it goes. Set your watches. There's the racism accusation. Usually comes right after you can't win an argument. Is illegal immigration a crime? Now, she said it's a civil offense. Unlawful entry, failure to depart. I'm sorry, this doesn't look like a... Nope, this is the criminal code. This is not the civil code. CRM 1500 through 1999. 1911.8 USC 1325. Unlawful entry, failure to depart, fleeing immigration checkpoints, marriage fraud, commercial enterprise fraud. That is not a civil offense. That is a criminal offense. So, I mean, Jesus Christ. You're a lawyer, for God's sake, and you can be proven wrong with a Google search. Sonny, come on. Red Fox Mad says, check out this story about the White House pool. It's under the press room floor. Wow, so Red Fox Mad was not bullshitting. All right, let's check it out. 265 away from this morning. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. I love how she, in the same breath, she goes, illegal. She says, being here illegally isn't a crime. Like, repeat that for me. Being here illegally isn't a crime. They're here legally, illegally. It's a new thing that we came up with because we hate Donald Trump that much. Let me go to that. I didn't know there was a pool under the press room that we aren't using. Is that true?
The White House press.
Why don't you open up a fucking pool, dude? Like the people at the White House, the people who work there every day would kill for a pool. Everybody loves a pool. Like, you open up a pool in your house, like, everybody's immediately happier.
Press corps on edge.
Oh, I've got it. You could open the pool underneath the press corps, and you could drop insolent ones in there, like Dr. Evil. Potential there. You can put it on TV. It'd be fun.
As first reported by Esquire, Trump's team is considering moving reporters' offices and the current briefing room to the old executive office building.
Fun.
Trump's incoming press secretary is pitching the idea as an enhancement to reporters.
Oh, that's not Trump's guy. That's Bush's old guy.
White House access.
The idea that you can involve more people.
I thought Spicer was. No, you're right. Spicer was the first Trump guy. Who's the Bush guy I'm thinking of? McClellan.
Be more transparent, have more accessibility, should be seen as a welcome change.
While reporters don't have free reign of the White House, they do frequently cross paths with senior staff, thanks to their proximity to power. If reporters were to lose this space under Trump, they know they might never get it back. That's because it's such valuable real estate. Office space for White House staff is cramped and limited. And the space could also be returned to being a swimming pool.
Nice.
A swimming pool?
Yes.
That's what today's press briefing room was back in 1933. President FDR had...
How ironic that the guy with no legs built a pool. That's kind of that's a nice gesture, because like, if FDR builds a pool, that's clearly for everyone else, not for him.
It built so he could use it for daily swims. What? Therapy for his polio-stricken legs.
Oh.
President JFK allegedly used it for a certain form of entertaining.
Assorted scene.
Wait, JFK fucked in the White House pool? Had a kid, Johnny. Holy shit. My favorite president. Just getting it right there in the pool. You know, Might want to, clean all your parts. You shoving all that chlorine and bad water up there, you're going to get an infection, bro.
A few years ago, a White House intern to President JFK came forward to say she participated in sexual activities with him in the pool.
Nice.
Before Watergate threw cold water on his relationship with the news media.
I get it. Pat, I want you to join me in the pool, and I want you to blow me in the hot tub. Old Nixon was getting ahead at the White House pool. You dirty dog.
President Nixon covered the pool over, creating the press briefing room above it. The Reagan
What a no-fun Quaker bastard Nixon was. Oh, I'm going to cover up the pool. I'm going to put the press in the pool room. What? It's got too much Kennedy cum in it. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to wonder if I'm swimming in a bunch of Kennedy spunk.
Administration updated the room.
I don't need Pat getting pregnant from Kennedy's leftover jizz.
With the theater-style seating arrangement that it has today. Back in 2000, the room was rewired with 18 miles of cable. When workers opened the trap door leading to the pool below, they found it still structurally intact.
Good.
Its existence is no secret. Hundreds of White House staff and guests have been down there to sign the tiles.
Open it back
At White
up.
House Press Secretary Josh Earnest's final briefing, he celebrated the press's role in holding the administration to account.
Your passion for your work and its centrality to the success of our democracy is a uniquely American feature of our government.
Of course, the Obama administration was thanking the press for holding their feet to the fire. Yeah, okay. Okay, sure. Just be honest. They should have the Obama people come in there and go, thank you for giving us 8 years of a hot stone massage. Anytime the press secretary, you should feel dirty if you're in the media and the press secretary comes out and thanks you for the great job you've done. That means that you've kissed their balls way, way too much. Way too much. I want, you know what? I didn't know this, Red Fox Matt. I want them to open the pool room back up too. I want to bring back the literal White House pool. Kennedy ruined it, huh? That's what it was. I guarantee it. Kennedy was just getting way out of hand, just having orgies and shit in the pool room. And they're like, we got to shut this down, dude. Kennedy's fucking going mental. When he gets back from Dallas, we're going to sit him down and talk about the, banging interns in the pool. It's a bit rich. People, I've heard people say this about Kennedy, like, oh, he had Jackie. Why did he go for all these other girls? He had Jackie. There's an old saying, you find me the most beautiful woman in the world, I'll show you a guy tired of fucking her. And that was Kennedy. Kennedy was a relatively young man in terms of presidents. He had to sow his wild oats. And then Nixon had to come in and go, enough. We're just covering this jizz-infested body of water, and we're letting the media sit in it. Let's go to Joy Reid. We mentioned the Dr. Phil thing a little bit ago. Joy Reid apparently does not take Dr. Phil joining Tom Homan on immigration raids. She doesn't take it with the same sense of humor that you and I do. Joy Reid is mad. She is bald. She is black. And she is bitchy. She is not happy about Dr. Phil going with on immigration raids. Here we go.
Of its enforcement of mass deportations, literally, by conducting ICE raids across multiple Democratic-run cities with the cameras rolling. It follows Trump's performative signing of more than 300 executive orders, at least 21.
Oh, lady. It wasn't performative. You might want to look at the teeth some of those executive orders have. It ain't informative. You got Google already calling it the Gulf of America. It ain't performative. And I love how she's like, they're going into democratically run cities and they're getting these illegal immigrants. Well, yeah, the Republican ones don't put up with that shit. They have to go into the Democratic run cities to get all the criminal illegals because those are the only cities that keep criminal illegals around. Joy.
Of which aim to overhaul the immigration system. The reality show government went so far as to tell federal agents in immigration raids to be camera ready and brought none other than TV host Dr. Phil along for the ride, which is interesting given both the rise in MAGA immigration influencers they're seemingly endorsing and the fact that Dr. Phil has made a career out of exploiting vulnerable people for money.
Yeah, real vulnerable people. I tell you what, those sex offenders that they're deporting, I'd really, God, these people are so dumb. You're going to throw your lot in with them? They're arresting PDF files and deporting them. They're arresting rapists and murderers, and they're deporting them. And you're going to throw your lot in with them? Look, you can hate Trump all you want, and you can, I guess, hate Dr. Phil all you want. It seems like a waste of time to me, but that's fine. But that doesn't mean you have to side with criminals and thugs just because you hate Trump. Like this is what we call broken.
Acting Deputy Attorney General Emile Beauvais, whose name you might recall since he was one of the defense lawyers in the New York hush money trial that made Trump a felon, demanded those raids over the weekend, calling them a critical mission to take back our communities, presumably from criminals. Oh, irony, how you mock us.
Yeah. You can make a smart-ass comment if you want to, but that's what they're doing. They're taking their communities back from criminals. You can say cruel irony and you can make silly jokes, but I don't really understand what the point is you're trying to make. It checks out to me. It checks out to me. Honky says, hey, Joy, Chris Brown called. He wants his hairline back. Oh, no. I can't believe that. You know, if I would have known that this whole segment was going to devolve into making fun of poor Joy Reid, I tell you what, guys, I never would have gone this far. Now I feel like I've done something terrible. Terrible, I say. 265 away from knocking out today's goal. Go ahead and throw in on Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and let's knock that down and call it another win for the toe. And again, tinyurl.com/STMS merch. If you'd like to pick up some of your new steel toe shirt, hoodies, mug, or your Johnny stuff. Oh, and by the way, if you buy Johnny's t-shirt that's up there right now, all that money goes to Johnny. Johnny's shirt money goes to Johnny. I gave Johnny the access to the site. He can design his own merch if he'd like to. So all that stuff is up there as well. Thank you very much. Those numbers are going up nicely. I do appreciate it. Very kind of you. Picking out that new steel toe stuff. Clopo Graham says the horrible left wants to normalize PDF scum. That's why we call it a map now. Yeah, it's kind of like people who support a certain podcaster who makes light of that kind of stuff. Sorry, Clopo. Sorry. You kind of left the door open and I just kind of walked right through it. You kind of teed it up and it was a hanging curveball. I had to turn on the son of a bitch. I'm sorry. A little bit of lack of irony there. All right, let's go to Tiffany Henyard. Tiffany Henyard was in a fighting mood last night. Oh, it's all coming to a head in Thornton County and Dolton, Illinois. So you remember Tiffany Henyard. She's our beautiful black princess who is the mayor of Dolton, Illinois, and also one of the trustees, the supervisor of Thornton County. She makes like $250,000 a year in those two gigs, which is insane. Because I know like the mayor of Litchfield, I believe, makes like $30,000 a year being the mayor. Most of the mayors of Litchfield are either retired old guys or they're people who do something else. Like one of the mayors of Litchfield while I was there had a painting business. And then he would basically turn the painting business over to his employees that he trusted while he ran the city. And you would get like a stipend of $30,000 or $35,000 a year. And you had city council meetings every week. And that was, I don't even think the mayors of some of those small towns like have an office or go in every day to handle city business. I think it's technically kind of a part-time job. Well, Tiffany Henyard runs this small town and this small county in Illinois. And she makes $250,000 a year. And she loves this gig so much that she made a rule that says if you run against her and win, the pay for that mayor job goes down to $35,000 a year. But if she wins, she gets to keep her salary. She is maybe the most unabashed, crooked bastard in American political history. I mean, she didn't even like funnel her money through like, not wormholes, what do they call them? Rat holes. You know, she didn't like wash her money or anything. She just literally would use city credit cards and county credit cards. She would use city and county money, and she would just go to Las Vegas. And she would bring a bunch of city and county staff with her and just on the city and county taxpayers' dime, just go on trips or throw giant parties or go out and walk around the town with bodyguards that were off-duty police officers, and it would come right out of the taxpayer's pocket. I mean, she was shameless in how corrupt she was. Well, it went on for long enough that the FBI and Lori Lightfoot got involved. Lori Lightfoot released her findings on Monday night, and her findings to the town of Dolton were that this chick robbed them blind and then involved other people in the city on her theft and basically cooked the numbers so what she showed the city didn't match up to what she was doing. They found like $550,000 in unqualified expenses. Like they hadn't been categorized. And then a bunch of other shit that was just like $100,000 on city trips that brought in no business, like the Las Vegas trips. Because, you know, you go to Las Vegas, you always find plenty of people who are ready to invest in Dolton, Illinois. That's where you go, as a matter of fact. So Lori Lightfoot comes out with her stuff on the city of Dolton. And then last night, Thornton Township had their big meeting on Supervisor Tiffany Henyard. It literally ended in a brawl that Tiffany Henyard joined in on. It was crazy shit. Like, this doesn't happen. I don't know how many of you have been to city council meetings or county commissioner meetings. I don't know one that's ended in a rumble and then the politicians actually jumped in. In fact, I don't think we've had a politician join in on a fight since, who was it? Pickney Kane Sumter? Is that what it was? Pickney Kane. Was it Pickney? Who was caned on the floor? Who was caned on the Senate floor? Sumner. Charles Sumner was the one caned. But who caned him? I thought it was Thomas Pickney. Or was that one of the founding fathers? Representative Preston Brooks. There we go. Representative Preston Brooks caned Charles Sumner over the issue of slavery. What the fuck? Why did Thomas Pickney come into my head? Former governor of South Carolina. He was one of the founding fathers. Captain of engineers fighting in the Revolutionary War, and a major general during the War of 1812. Governor of South Carolina for 2 years just prior to adopting the U.S. Constitution, which bears the signatures of both his brother and a cousin. Wait, he wasn't one of the founding fathers? That's retarded. Like, me just knowing the name Thomas Pickney and not knowing why is too much. I need an intervention. That's retarded. Kloppo Graham says, Aaron, that was right in my nuts, man. Below the belt. Ouch. I don't support Melton. I just say people should do something to stop it. You know what? You're right. Kloppo Graham, watch this. I publicly apologize to you. I publicly apologize to Kloppo Graham. Pants Maestro, it's too early in the morning for you to be mad, buddy. You're bad at this radio stuff, but I'm pretty fucking good at it. No offense. No offense. I'm right. You're wrong on that one, pal. Go have some butter. All right, let's check out Tiffany Henyard getting in brawls at the Thornton Township meeting.
Well, there have been no reports of any serious injuries or arrests in this incident, but there was real fear and disbelief in that room as divisions within Thornton Township government exploded into violence.
This is going to sound racist. Just wait. But I'm starting to think that black people can't punch. Hear me out. I'm not talking about like Mike Tyson and professionals. I'm talking about these hoodlums who just throw punches in public. I'm starting to think they're limp-wristed Sallys who can't hurt anybody, because you see these fights where they're throwing punches like they're throwing them hard and they're giving her and they're in there and they're fighting for minutes at a time. And it always ends the same. Nobody was hurt. There were no injuries. Nobody went to the hospital. It's like, you motherfuckers can't crack an egg. I'm starting to think you might be a bunch of bitches.
It happened during public comment, fists flying in a moment of chaos that residents described as...
See, look at that. That guy got 2 or 3 good shots in. And you didn't injure anyone with those 2 or 3 shots? Dude.
Disgraceful.
That should never happen. I just couldn't believe that it came to that.
Moments earlier, activist Jedediah Brown had called supervisor...
By the way, I look at that guy. The last name I would have guessed is Jedediah. Holy shit.
Moments...
His sister, Ellie Mae. Wow.
Earlier, activist Jedediah Brown had called Supervisor Tiffany Henyard an expletive, and when he appeared to walk toward her, supporters jumped in. The result, an all-out brawl that...
How about that? Think of that sentence. Supporters jumped in. You understand what that means. Tiffany Henyard has supporters. People support Tiffany Henyard. No, we're still riding with her. I mean, what? Is she offering to take you on vacation? How are you still down with this chick? I tell you, these are the most loyal people I can think of.
Multiple witnesses say involved Henyard herself.
It was one thing when the guys were fighting, but when she jumped in it, I was just taken aback. I was floored.
In fairness, I wish you guys were floored when she stole millions of dollars from you. You guys could have been floored by that time. You wouldn't have been in this position. But, in all fairness, what does Tiffany Henyard have to lose at this point? Might as well jump in there and get your shots in, throw a few punches. Like, you're going to jail. Number one, you're going to be out as mayor. You're going to be out at the county. She hasn't resigned during all of this, by the way. So she's either really dumb or really tough. But, bitch, you're going to jail. Might as well jump in and get your licks in.
He jumped in. She hit her head on the table. So, I don't know. She might be injured.
Brown was carried out by security, and police were called.
Oh, no. It's never good when you're a little fella and someone's literally lifting you up and carrying you out. Yo, I'm going to fuck you up. Yo, you give me a piggyback ride out this bitch? Yo, let me ride in your backpack. I'm going to fuck you up.
Carried out by security.
Look at that. They're carrying him out. Yo, I'm dangerous, motherfucker. All right, lift with your knees. Lift with your knees.
And police were called. But it wasn't over. It took several minutes for tempers to finally cool. Before the fight, there was plenty of verbal sparring. At this first meeting since trustee Stephanie Wiedemann was selected to fill a vacancy on the board at a meeting last week of township electors, ending a political standoff over the position that led to a government shutdown. With Wiedemann, the board finally able to approve the township's tax levy ordinance and insurance, ending the shutdown.
The township will be reopened tomorrow. We will go back to operating our vehicles. All our buses will be out and running.
The board also defying Henyard.
I can go back to stealing money again. It sucked when our bank accounts were all shut down. I couldn't make a withdrawal for my weave and my nails.
Voting to put on leave with pay 2 of her associates and to hire independent auditors to probe their work.
That ain't right.
But the abrupt, violent end to the evening leaving residents upset. This meeting to do the people's work marred by ugliness. Messages left for South Howland police were not returned. We also spoke with Henyard's attorney, who had no comment tonight, but said he might have a statement later.
That poor attorney. He caught wind of this. He just called Tiffany Henyard. He's like, hey, Tiff, it's Mike. You didn't jump into a pile of people throwing punches at each other, did you? Uh-huh. They were disrespecting you again. Yeah, I understand. Okay. No, it's fine. Go back to bed. I'll write something up. We'll have it tomorrow. All right. Don't go to the ATM. All right, bye. That lawyer's just dog tired at this point. Honky with $5 says, I accidentally typed in tinyurl.stms-mersh and this popped up. Starts at 10:27. Oh no. Honky, what happened? Klopogram with $1 says, thanks, bro. Group hug. Big group hug. Kloppo, thank you very much. Hey, 260 away from today's goal. Go ahead and throw in on Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and thank you. 1027.
Sorry, I don't know what it
is the number. Oh, is this the Johnny? No, this isn't the Johnny crying thing. Oh no. But Mersh is better in that sense, I guess.
But we're getting to the end of our contract, and money is going to be owed in a balloon payment, and it better
I'm sorry. That will never not be funny to me. It better fucking get paid. Mersh is giving Rumble the scary eyes. Oh, shit. That will never not be funny to me.
Going to be owed in a balloon payment, and it better
Tough guy Mersh.
That was the part that I almost pissed myself laughing, where I'm like, all right, I got to go to the bathroom quick and come back to this. And we better fucking get paid.
Dude, Stallion 19's got to cut out all the naughty boy cursing so he can get his video monetized, of course. And it better fucking get paid. That's what I love about Mersh. Like, in Mersh's mind, Rumble sees that and they go, whoa, guys, this Mersh guy is not messing around. To quote him, that money better get paid. Like, in his mind, he thinks that Rumble's seeing what he says and is going, I think that'll get them sufficiently shitting their pants. No. Nobody gives a shit. Rumble could hold your nose and fart in your mouth and you'd have no recourse. I think Rumble should not pay him and just be like, no, we're not paying you. What are you going to do? But I need that $316 to bet on the Super Bowl, and it better be there. It's not. We're holding it. Well, I hope you like Judge Judy because we're going. That clip will forever be awesome. It's just googly-eyed Mersh threatening Rumble. With what? Ryan the Garbage Man with $1 says it would be hilarious if Joy Reid was out in public and someone stuck a plunger to her head. Why would that be funny? Poor Joy Reid would have plunger head. It's not good. Cockdiff says a kick to the head by a mule will straighten those eyes right out. Wouldn't that be great if you could walk up behind Mersh and just smack him in the back of the head and his eyes roll around like a doll and they just set right? It's like, holy shit. Oh, wow. You know what? That's amazing. But then just to be mean and fuck with him, you smack him in the back of the head again. He goes googly eye again. Oh, man, you gave him straight eyes for a minute and then you took him away. How does it feel to play God? Dickhead. Oh, boy, guy. Thank you very much for your generosity. We appreciate it. Oh, yeah, here's the Mississippi law that they want to put on the books. This would be a disaster. I'm all for the, deporting illegals and getting the border under control and everything else. What Mississippi is trying to do, I don't think you need to be a soothsayer. I don't think you need to have a crystal ball or be a fortune teller to know that this could end in disaster. Mississippi lawmakers are introducing a bill that would put a $1,000 bounty on illegal immigrants. And you got to remember, this is Mississippi we're talking about. We're going to have a lot of rednecks jumping over the counters at Chipotle and just grabbing people up and trying to turn them in for $1,000. It's like, bro, I was born in fucking Biloxi. I don't understand why you're coming in here grabbing me up. You're an illegal. I don't even have an accent, dude. This is a bad idea. Like, this is kind of like, to me, this is kind of the pitfall of Trumpism. Is like Donald Trump has his agenda and stuff he wants to accomplish, but then you have like the ride or die hardcore MAGA types, and they're always going to be the ones you got to watch because they're going to go a little too far. Trump's like, we got to clear up our borders. We got to fix illegal immigration. And then Mississippi goes, yeah, that's right. $1,000 for every illegal Mexican you done bring us. It's like, okay, fuck, guys. This is not what we were talking about. A person commits the offense of trespass by an illegal alien if such person is A, an illegal alien, B, knowingly enters the state and remains in the state, and C is physically present in the state at the time a licensed bounty hunter or a peace officer apprehends such person. This is a terrible idea. Hey, brah. Hey, I'm really sorry about taking you down like that, but you ran from us, brah. Listen, you need a cigarette? Talk to us, brah. Like, why'd you have to come here from Guatemala and start trouble? You know, you got a golden opportunity here to turn your life around, brah, and I'm going to help you out. It's going to give Dog a whole new season of show. He's going to have a new lease on life, a new career for Dog the Bounty Hunter and Dr. Phil can go out hunting illegals in Mississippi. The offense of trespass by an illegal alien under this section is a felony for which the authorized term of imprisonment is life without eligibility for probation, parole, conditional release, or release except by act of the governor or the natural death of such person. Fudge. The provisions of this section shall not apply if the federal government enters into a written agreement with the department to take such person into custody and within 24 hours of such person being committed to the custody of the federal government, deport such person. So Mississippi is basically saying if you get caught being illegal here, we lock you up and throw away the key, or the federal government can come in and deport you. But they're going to give people $1,000 apiece for bounty hunters to round up illegals. There's no way this could go wrong, right? There's no way that this could end up really biting everyone in the ass and a lot of really innocent people get rounded up. There's no way. There's no way. Oh, man. Aaron, will you review the new Mel Gibson directed movie that's out now, Flight Risk? Maybe. Might check out Flight Risk. I saw some previews for it. Mel Gibson usually makes some pretty solid flicks. Yeah, this is a bad idea. I appreciate the effort. They want to help Trump out. They want to help out the illegal immigration thing. But when you start putting price tags on things and you start enticing people with 4-figure paydays for rounding people up, you're gonna get some bad results. You know what? Skip this one. Not that I don't expect this kind of idea coming out of Mississippi, but I don't think it's gonna have the effect that they're asking for. Turd Burglar says innocent people getting rounded up. We're white. Who cares? I guess that's true. I don't have to worry about it. I can go to Mississippi. I'll be fine. Someone rounds me up in Mississippi and says, I'm doing this for the $1,000. I'll be like, I'm not Mexican. They'll be like, no, we passed a law that said if we round up queers, they give us $1,000. I'm like, oh, man. That's even more insulting. 260 away from today. Let's go ahead and knock that out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble rants, etc. Let's knock it out and have ourselves another win for the toe. We've been not only knocking out everything this week, but goddamn if you guys aren't way ahead for every show. So thank you very much for that. Very, very much appreciated. So let's go from Mississippi getting a little too aggressive on weeding out their illegal aliens to Minneapolis, Minnesota being the complete polar opposite of that. If Mississippi's going too far in kicking people out, Minneapolis is going too far in keeping people in. Mayor Jacob Fry is auditioning to be the new Justin Trudeau. Because, you know, Trudeau's going to be gone in Canada pretty soon. He's going to be out of there. We discovered this last night on the evening show. And holy shit. Like, your job as the mayor is to keep the city safe, to make sure the city's running well and the citizens are safe. And there's a few spots in Minneapolis that are a little more violent, a little more crime-ridden, and could use some attention. And you'd like to take that seriously, and you like to get criminals off the streets. Jacob Fry is proposing, and I wish this were hyperbole, Jacob Fry is proposing that we work really hard not to get violent criminals off the street. This is insane. There's being liberal, there's being progressive, and then there's entering your city in a suicide pact with political correctness. This is insanity.
I want to speak directly to people who are undocumented. We love you.
Ugh, first of all, just so cringe. We love you. We love you. You're gonna have to do better than that.
We care about you. In the city of Minneapolis, we will stand up for you, and we will do anything in our power to help. Because you're not an alien in our city, you're a neighbor.
Great. Okay. What if they commit crimes? Because again, ICE is rounding up people with criminal records and kicking them out of the country, which makes your city safer. So at least in this statement you're giving, at least tell us that if somebody commits a violent crime, you're going to give the information that they're illegal to ICE so they can deport them.
Now, in Minneapolis, we have what is called a separation ordinance.
Where you try to separate your heads from your assholes? It's not working. You need something stronger.
And that separation ordinance states clearly that our city officials, our police officers and beyond, will not be gathering information showing who is and who is not documented.
So if somebody commits a violent crime in Minneapolis, they will not let the federal government know because they think it's morally wrong to deport the scumbag shithead criminal who's making your streets a less safe place to be. Boy, there's cutting off your nose to spite your face, and then there's whatever the hell this is. I mean, your job as mayor is to make sure that the innocent people in your city are protected, to make sure that these people are safe and they have safer streets. You're willfully keeping dangerous, violent criminals on your street that don't have a right to be here because you want to be looked at as so progressive and so liberal and so kind. It's one thing to provide sanctuary to innocent illegals who their only crime is they came here illegally. I still think they should be deported. I guess I'm the crazy one. But to say that you're not going to give up information on illegal immigrant criminals, you're purposely making your city a more dangerous place just so you can look politically incorrect or politically correct. I'm sorry. You hate Trump so much that you're purposely doing your job shitty. To what? Stick it to the president?
We do not ask the question with regard to immigration status, and because we haven't asked the question, we don't have any data to show documentation status in our city.
Why do, I'm obsessed with the sign language people. Why do they got to groove? Like, why do they got to do really shitty white people dances while they're signing? And why do they have to do really stupid faces? I really just, the sign language interpreter, that's another thing from COVID that I wish would go away. They're distracting.
Our police officers will not be cooperating with federal law enforcement around federal immigration law. We enforce state and local laws here in Minneapolis, and we will do so to the best of our ability. But
no, you won't. You just said that if someone's here illegally and they commit a violent crime, you won't remove them from your city. So you're not going to do everything you can to stop violent crime and let Minneapolis be safe. Now, this is the same guy that played the fiddle while Minneapolis burned during the George Floyd riot. So I guess maybe I shouldn't be so full of righteous anger and righteous indignation over this. I should have kind of assumed this coming from this spineless wonder, this just gutless cuck. Jacob Fry. I hope even Ilhan Omar is like, this is kind of retarded. Or is she just thinking about hating Jews? Is that what she's doing right now? Sam Show, do you want her number?
As for cooperation with ICE, the answer is no.
Wow. I'm glad nobody's applauding because this is truly a stupid thing. All right, look, fine. You don't want to cooperate with ICE on someone who's here illegally. They haven't committed a crime. Okay. You want to protect people who are here illegally, but they're working and they're contributing. All right, we can make an argument. Fine. But you're going to protect people who are arrested, who commit crimes? And then you're going to purposely tell the people of your city that you won't do what you need to do to protect them? This is wonderful. Coltrane says, I want to see Homan go after these dipshits too. Oh, hey, but don't worry. Chips and Diff has great news for us. Don't worry about it, guys. New Minneapolis police recruit includes first Somali American woman. First non-U.S. citizen in the police force. Hey, there we go. Minnesota's crushing it. Don't worry if there's crazy illegal gangbangers in your community. We're not going to do anything to get them out of here. But, hey, we got our first lady Somali cop. Awesome. Honky with $2 says the best thing is to force these not in my backyardist lefty no person is illegal Fs to house illegals. Make them practice what they preach. They'll turn into Bill the Butcher in an instant. I hate that just following the law is considered being Bill the Butcher. Like, one thing the left has successfully done in this country is the left has made it an extreme position to want to enforce the law. You know, you keep hearing people say, all we need to do is enforce the laws we have on the books. That's true. But enforcing the laws we have on the books now turns you into Adolf Eichmann. They have successfully done that. You can say that, like, Trump is winning, conservatives are winning, whatever. You can certainly make an argument there. But one place that the left has definitely won the last 30 years is language. The left has controlled language in the last 30 years. It used to be illegal alien. Then it was illegal immigrant. Now it's undocumented person. They shifted that. Now saying, hey, let's enforce the immigration laws that are on the books. Wow, Nazi. If someone comes here illegally, we should kick them out and make them come in the right way. Wow, that's real nice, Bill the Butcher. Honky says Bill the Butcher was the hero, mix our scourge. You watch movies like Gangs of New York, and you see guys like Bill the Butcher, and you're like, I know I'm supposed to hate him, but that part right there, he did make a good point. That's kind of what makes, in fairness, though, that's what makes a good villain in any movie, is you watch the villain and you go, okay, what that guy's doing is wrong, but what he said there is, I have a hard time refuting that one. Like Thanos. Thanos is like, people are struggling for resources, and it leads to a lot of suffering and this and that. If we wipe out half the people, it will allow the other half to have enough resources to thrive. And you're like, what you're talking about doing is really, really evil. But the logic you're using is kind of like you're coming to it from an honest place, That's what makes a really good villain. Like the Joker was a really good villain in The Dark Knight because the city of Gotham was really corrupt. He was right about that. These people were dirty, and he was taking their dirtiness and using it against them. But Jacob Fry is just a dipshit. He's not a villain. He's just he's a useful idiot. Clopogram says, did you hear Steve Bannon on Megyn Kelly saying, no, but I can look for it. Carlos Cameo says, in 2025 is a mayoral election year in Minneapolis. Jacob Fry is running for his third term. Some people are going to vote accordingly after that. Honestly, I think he'll win. Minneapolis. Here's what a lot of people who don't live in Minnesota don't understand. Minneapolis likes that shit. Like, you look at Minnesota, you would be confused. You'd be like, wait a minute. It says everything, all the geography here in Minnesota is red. Like, it's kind of based. Yeah, but you see that little dot right there in the southeastern section of the state? That's where all the people are. And they're stupid. I mean, they are really fucking dumb. And they love them some Jacob Fry. As a matter of fact, most of the people who don't like Jacob Fry in Minneapolis are probably people who don't think he's progressive enough, to be honest. Landers says Thanos was all gay and emo. Yeah, you tell him that. I'm good. Pants Maestro says, how's that goal looking, Super Chief? Hey, guys, Pants Maestro wants to know how the goal's looking today. Here's what I say. Why don't you guys show him how the goal's looking? Let's go ahead and throw in a couple. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I think people like Pants Maestro are secretly working for the toe when they do stuff like that, because it always ends up the same. Either that or they don't have pattern recognition. One of the two. But Pants Maestro says, how's that goal looking, Super Chief? Guys, why don't you respond to him? How's that goal looking? 2, let's see. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, bullshit. Thanos' plan would have led to way more death as if killed 50% at random, meaning the supply chain would be effed up hard. Well, see, there you go. Maybe you're right. Maybe Thanos was just an asshole. 2:55 away from today. Guys, Pants Maestro wants to know how the goal's looking. Now, the goal has looked fucking fire all week, so thank you guys very much for that. Let's see. Oh, you ain't getting my monies here, too. He's not happy either. Pants my... hey, hold on. Let me check. Right on time. Right on time. You ain't getting my money? I played the music. Here you are dancing. Love you, pal. All right, guys. 2:55 away from today's goal. Go ahead and fuck it. Let's drop it under 1 hundo. What do you say? You got some big drops in you? Let's do it. Let Pants Maestro know how we're doing. Oh, you ain't getting my money is bad. He's got it bad today. Oh, fuck you. Oh, boy, we've got him worked up. You don't do shit for your show. I just opened the store back up. Another win for the toe. Oh, you ain't getting my money. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed again. Poor fella. Poor guy. Do we let's try to find that Steve Bannon, Megyn Kelly clip. Steve Bannon, Megyn Kelly. Steve Bannon on the Megyn Kelly show, January 27th. Oh, God, that's the whole thing. Trump doesn't give two fucks. He doesn't care. This is Bannon on Megyn
with the background sign that reads FAFO, F around and find out, and him wearing like an Elliot Ness, like FBI hat. Steve, this is like a dream.
Or a hat.
Steve Bannon looks like Oz post-stroke. Steve Bannon's got an Oz look to him.
From The Godfather, that he's right. A full gangster or full. Hey, here's a power. You said earlier about Homan and JD, and JD being such a gentleman and Homan kind of being so matter of fact. Trump doesn't give two fucks, okay? This is what you're seeing. He doesn't care. He didn't care what they think about him. He doesn't care what the media think. They're going to put him in prison. He knows this. He was in prison, going to be in prison for 300 years on the phony charges of the insurrection.
300? I did not hear that. 300 years? I'm going to go out on a limb and say he wouldn't have made it.
Emil Bovee was one of his great attorneys for many of those years. That's why Emil's out there and sees the madness that's going on right now of officials doing it. People, we don't care about the performance art of the left anymore. It's come very close to destroying this country and destroying the citizens of this country. And finally, through
The Rock has come back.
Divine providence, we have a leader with all his imperfections who is going to stand up for the American people and the American citizens, and quite frankly, the citizens that were invited in here by this illegitimate Biden regime. That
I got to be honest, like Steve Bannon, you know, people make fun of him, people criticize him and whatever, but I got to say, Steve Bannon is one of the most ride or die bitches you're ever going to meet. Like, he's been kicked in, he's been kicked out, he's been, Trump's distanced himself from him because people will criticize Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon has been ride or die for Trump forever. So that, I got to say, we should all have friends as good as Steve Bannon. I can't find this clip you're talking about, though. Did Bannon directly talk about Mayor Fry? Let's see if I write Minneapolis, if that does anything. Excellent clip from today, Bannon with Megyn Kelly.
And all while Trump was on the golf course. The guy was hitting under par while he was rubbing the president of Colombia's nose in the crap storm he tried to dump on us.
All right, let me jump around a little bit here.
Embassy officials here, and it's going to get more and more painful as the days go on. Not only did he say, we'll take them, he said, I'm going to send my presidential plane to go pick them up.
They're talking about the Colombian president.
Announcement, 90 minutes. Enough.
Loaded wrench with $2 says Beethoven looking ass. He does. He looks like a composer.
Time they get to write a press release, as you know, they full surrendered. So they're coming back on a date certain. And if you don't like it, let us know now.
We're going to keep jumping around. So, somebody wrote to us and said that Steve Bannon was shitting on Jacob Fry, and I'm willing to jump around a video to see it.
For these illegals. Then, feeling humiliated, that's clear, he decides to post the following bizarre statement on X. Trump, this is after he already lost the fight. Trump, I don't really like traveling to the U.S. It's a bit boring. I like going to the black neighborhoods of Washington, where I saw an entire fight in the U.S. Capitol between blacks and Latinos with barricades, which seemed like nonsense.
Is that the president of Colombia? Fucking base, dude. I feel bad that we had to put him in his place. I kind of like him. He's like, one thing I like doing, President Trump, is going to Washington, D.C. and watching the race wars between minorities. All right, I want to see.
Got problems of your own there. Meanwhile, it's like you sent 200,000 criminals to
or a hat from the Godfather, leader with all his imperfections.
Yeah, this is so I can't find it. If you've got the link, send it to me. I was willing to look for it because Steve Bannon shitting all over Jacob Fry would be a fun thing to watch. Really, anybody shitting all over Jacob Fry would be a fun thing to watch. You ain't getting my money says, come on, finish the goal. Pay this dickhead his mortgage. Yeah, hey, that would be great, guys. Go ahead and pay my mortgage. $255 away from today's goal. Guys, you ain't getting my money woke up not feeling well. Maybe he's got the same he's battling the same illness I am. Unless it's closeted homosexuality, in which case we can't help you, buddy. I'm sorry. See, why can't you have the good humor of Pants Maestro? Pants Maestro writes, Butter, ? You get all butthurt and mad that we're just on doing a show, but yet you find yourself here every day. Sweetheart, come on. Guys, definitely don't go to Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo and drop in generous donations that say, fuck you, ain't getting my money. That would be mean. He would get upset. He's not on my payroll, I promise. Definitely don't go buy hoodies or T-shirts on tinyurl.com/STMS merch. Don't do that. That's going to upset him. And, guys like that, they can be dangerous. That's for sure. You ain't getting my money says, don't do this in spite of me. Oh, no. We're just having fun with you, buddy. Calm down. How have you not learned this by now that I just have fun with you guys? I don't take this as seriously as you do. Poor baby. Landers says fake donos. Yeah, don't throw in fake donos. That would be terrible. Honky with $2 says hot take. Megyn Kelly is unattractive with that pointy chin. If you shine a flashlight on her face, Muslims will start fasting. I'm not going to sit here and tolerate that. I'm not going to sit here and tolerate insults about Megyn Kelly's attractiveness. Megyn Kelly is one of those people where I'm not even going to say she's attractive for her age. Megyn Kelly's, in my opinion, a smoke show. Maybe I just like that domineering personality. But I can't sit here. You sitting here going, yeah, pointy chin, like ugly bitch. I can't do it. I can't ride with you on that one, Honky. No offense. All right, let's go. Let's continue on here. Oh yeah, we did have this last piece of Trump news here. You're gonna like this one. He signed an executive order yesterday cutting federal support for gender transitions for people under 19. It's his latest move to roll back protections for trans people across the country. This is, again, this is another one where the left has moved the ball so far into their court that just doing common sense shit is looked at as hateful. A lot of people under 18 can't get a tattoo, for Christ's sake, but you'll let them mutilate their genitals, on the fact that, someone going through puberty is confused about who they are? Dude, come on. That's dangerous. Like, forget wrong, forget unscientific, forget mental illness. It's just dangerous to let people do that. And then, we've had years and years now of people with these nightmare stories about how they were convinced by their parents or teachers or whatever that they should transition at an early age, and then they grow to regret it, and now there's nothing you can do, and the rest of your life is just this uphill battle to try to regain some kind of normalcy. I know they're not going to see it this way, but these quote-unquote parents of trans kids, which, you know, we can have a whole discussion about that sometime, what that really is. I think it's a form of Munchausen by proxy. But Trump is doing all of you a favor by doing this. I mean, you don't want to see your kids suffer just because you want a pink poodle in your purse that you can show off at parties. Like, I'm a mother of a trans child. Like, you ever notice the moms of trans kids make it more about them than they do the kid? Trump is doing you a favor by saying, no, we're not going to let you transition your children. You know, he's exercising good judgment for you because you're harming an innocent. It is the policy of the United States that it will not fund, sponsor, promote, assist, or support the so-called transition of a child from one sex to another. And it will rigorously enforce all laws that prohibit or limit these destructive and life-altering procedures. You know, this gives me that whole the adults are back in charge vibe when I see stuff like this. Medicaid programs in some states cover gender-affirming care. The new order suggests that the practice could end. It doesn't suggest that. It says that. And targets hospitals and universities that receive federal money and provide the care. The language in the executive order, using such words as maiming, sterilizing, and mutilation, contradicts what is typical for gender-affirming care in the United States. It also labels guidance from the World Professional Association for Transgender Health as, quote, junk science. It all sounds completely reasonable to me. Well, good. I'm glad he decided to do something about that. You know, one thing about Donald Trump, you can love him, you can hate him, but he does seem to genuinely care about the well-being of the nation's children. In his first term, we had more busts of pedo rings than any president before or since. Like his Department of Justice was adamant about rounding up child sex trafficking rings, and they did a really good job. And surprise, surprise, the Biden administration backed off of it. Thank you to Adam Simon for gifting a membership. Appreciate that, buddy. Adam Simon with another $1 as well. Thank you very much. $2.50 away from today. Keep it going. Couple big drops, and we got this thing taken care of. Again, 2 goals left so far this week because, again, tonight, the evening show people got their goal down to 100 for tonight, so that's going to be a lot of fun. We got this 250, and we got tomorrow morning, and we're home free. And tomorrow morning, we're going to be a ways into it because we're still counting all of the merch money that's coming in as the store has just reopened. tinyurl.com/STMS merch. The link is in both chats. Check it out. STMS merch. There you go. And pick yourself up our new shirt or our new hoodies or mugs. Thank you. And, you know, get your Johnny stuff as well. That all goes to him. Turd Burglar says you should have Kiki on shaking her turd cutter for a hype train. I guess I guess I rattled a lot of cages and made a lot of noise on that Chrissy Simpcast Keanu thing. There's the Chad Zumachs of the world, and there's other people who were ringing the alarm. I can't take credit for my rants on Frank and Chrissy and the things, you know, the striking they've wanted to do to people and the shit they do behind the scenes and then try to get other people to do their dirty work for them. I can't really take credit for that because the Chads of the world, the Kevin Brennans of the world, people like that have been blowing the whistle on those two for years. And while people like me were like, I don't know. I think I should have went public the minute those two tried to get me to strike Chad Zumach. I don't think I deserve to be like fucking Aaron's giving her on this subject. I'm not. Like, I'm way too late to this party. I probably should have come out and said, like, hey, this looks really fucking dishonest. That they're trying to get me to strike Chad. They tried to get me to strike Melton. And I'm like, I'm not down with striking. Like, I know Melton, they're like, well, Melton's fans do gay ops and try to get people canceled. Yeah, they do. I'm better than them. If I try to strike their channel, I like letting people show you who they are and then watching people just naturally come to the right conclusions that, oh, these people are creeps. They're weirdos. They're obsessive. It's like, yes, that's how you win, not by striking people. But then like suspending Keanu from Simpcast because she made fun of Melanie Mack. Like, How is that free speech? My thing about Chrissy is that she changes colors like a chameleon to suit whatever audience she wants to go to at the time. Like, hey, can I grab some comic book fans? Can I grab some gamer fans? Can I grab some MAGA fans? Can I grab some free speech fans? Oh, by the way, you gamers and comic book people who are kind of pissed at this thing Melanie Mack said? Well, you see, Melanie Mack has a lot of followers, and I really want to kind of ride her coattails. So I'm going to get her back. Oh, you free speech people, you don't like it when people get banned from shows for saying stuff that you don't like? Yeah, Keanu really doesn't do much for me popularity-wise, so I'm going to cut her loose because it conflicts with Melanie Mack, who I can maybe grab some followers and grift off of. It was really, I'll admit, my turn was selfish because when she had to sweep so hard for Nick, that was embarrassing, where she went, I think Aaron corrupted all of them and he's the drug guy. It's like, bitch, I'm done with you. Like, lap balls, suck ass, do all the stuff you normally do, you and Frank, to try and, anytime someone tries to build their popularity through someone else, you're going to fail because you still have to deliver the goods. And so when they did that, I'm like, I'm not covering for this horse shit anymore. This is gross. This is disgusting. Kiss balls, suck ass, do all the kiss up stuff you normally do, but don't fucking come in here and talking bullshit like that and expecting me to just look the other way. Then this Keanu thing happens. And it's like, oh, you see, if you see a pattern play out enough, eventually, if you don't call it out, you're the sucker. And it's like the Keanu thing happened, and I'm like, I've seen this before. I've seen this a lot before. This is a chicken shit move. This is a big time chicken shit moves. Someone said, oh no, I lost it. Something about a humiliation, like you should only have Keanu back on if it's for a humiliation ritual. And I can't find it. Oh, son of a bitch. There it is. Turd Burglar says we only want Kiki on if she's doing a humiliation ritual. I don't, like what? For the history that we had for a brief moment in the summertime there? Yeah, that sucked, but, the thing is, like, there's a lot of stuff that happens, like, in my personal life that's personal that I don't necessarily clue everyone in on. And just rest assured that if I'm cool, it's cool. You can still have your own opinions, for sure. Angelica's doll says, let's see who Honky is sleeping with or married to if he thinks Megyn Kelly is unattractive. Well, no, look, I mean, people are allowed to think people are unattractive. Like, you don't have to think Megyn Kelly's hot. I just can't see what they're seeing. If someone says, oh, Megyn Kelly's a pointy-chinned so-and-so, I'm like, I can't go with you on Megyn Kelly being ugly. That's a bridge too far for me. Fake Dono with $10 just says, fake dono. Oh boy. Hey guys, pile up those fake donos. Thank you very much. 240 away from this morning's goal. Again, we don't have many goals left to go this week, and you guys have been doing a killer job. Let's roll on today's goal, and let's knock out that 240 and call it a win. Yeah, first and 15 says pointy chin. We can look up Megyn Kelly photos right now, but I don't know where this pointy chin thing is coming from. Oh shit, now I see it. God damn it, Honky. She's still hot. I need now Megyn Kelly, not then. Hey, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm sorry. Honestly, I don't even see pointy chin there. Yes, that's a beautiful woman to me. I don't know what to tell you. We are all allowed to see what we want to see, but I cannot see your pointy chin. No, see, when I think pointy chin, I think like Jay Leno. I think like, have you seen this, folks? Have you heard about this? Megyn Kelly got a pointy chin. I think she looks great. In fact, I can't see one of Megyn Kelly's features where I go, ew, gross. Honky, I'm not seeing it, buddy. Why is she on Sirius XM, by the way? Sirius XM is dying. Sirius XM is done. In fact, I was listening to someone the other day, and they were saying Sirius XM won't be around in 5 years. Like, Megyn Kelly could probably go off on her own and do the Megyn Kelly show, and it would do better than whatever she's doing on Sirius. She's like the thing on Sirius now, though. I think she might be bigger than Stern at this point. Let's go to Silver Wolf. He says, you can be the most beautiful woman, but if you are a vapid cunt, you ain't attractive. Being attractive goes deeper than just the epidermis. That's fucking deep, bro. Snigger Niggardly says, I am proud to say that I am Stannis the Manus on Kiwi Farms, who spread the Kiki self-incrimination and Gino's fuck you April videos. No. Snigger, you are not Stannis the Manus on Kiwi Farms. I refuse to believe that. I love Stannis the Manus on Kiwi Farms. He's probably my favorite one out there. I don't need legal action from Stannis the Manus. I'm going to tell you that right now. Right now, I'm going to tell you, you better come correct. Honky says she has a Habsburg jawline, more inbred than a sandwich. I can't win with some people. Honky says Greta Van Susteren is hotter than Megyn Kelly. By the way, wish me luck on my eye test today. Good luck on your eye test, buddy. Yeah, no shit, good luck on your eye test. Greta Van Susteren? Isn't she the one with like stroke? If she really had a stroke, that's fucking shitty. But there's no way. You don't really think. I have too much respect for Honky to believe that he thinks Greta Van Susteren is hotter than Megyn Kelly. God damn it, no. 2:40 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Keep throwing in a little bit here, a little bit there, and we'll knock out today's goal. All right, next one. We've got, the $50 million that was earmarked for condoms in Gaza. Do you really need condoms in Gaza? I think if anything, you need babies in Gaza. Because like the Israelis are murdering babies and bombings and shit at record rates. I feel like they need to replace them. I don't know if sending condoms over to Gaza is really a good idea. Do you deliver them right to the goat's asshole and just cut out the middleman, or is that not? I don't know how it works.
More time to plan for the fact that they are about to lose, in some cases, really crucial federal funding, at least for a period of time.
There was notice. It was the executive order that the president signed. There's also a freeze on hiring, as you know, a regulatory freeze, and there's also a freeze on foreign aid. And this is, again, incredibly important to...
Which is awesome. Like, is there any way we can take this ban on foreign aid and just make it permanent? Like, we're the biggest dog in the yard. Why do we need to buy people's loyalty with foreign aid? Don't we already do that with, like, business and shit?
Sure that this administration is taking into consideration how hard the American people are working, and their tax dollars actually matter to this administration. You know, just during this pause, Doge and OMB have actually found that there was $37 million that was about to go out the door to the World Health Organization, which is an organization, as you all know, that President Trump, with the swipe of his pen in that executive order, is no longer wants the United States to be a part of.
So we withdrew from the World Health Organization, but because of the way the government just auto signs checks, we were about to send them millions of dollars. Great. And I love that. They're just tens of, if not hundreds of millions of dollars go out the door on a regular basis in our federal government, and we don't even catch it. It's just auto signature, poof, out the door, numbers on a computer screen.
That wouldn't be in line with the president's agenda. Doge and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is...
How many fucking condoms can you buy for $50 million? $50 million worth of condoms. And like I said, like when you have the IDF in there killing your children, allegedly drinking their blood too, I don't know. When you got the IDF in there killing Gaza babies, you know, quite consistently, I don't know if condoms are the solution. I think they need a little, population replacement.
It's a preposterous waste of taxpayer money. So that's what this pause is focused on.
So what's Doge up to now in terms of their savings? Because when we checked Monday, Doge had saved, I think, like $25 billion. Doge had saved. USDebtClock.org. USDebtClock.org tracks Doge now. $33 billion in savings from Doge. Nice. But our federal budget deficit is still at $2 trillion. We need to get some savings, man. Holy fuck. U.S. total debt, by the way. 100 is that? Hold on, 1,000 million, $101 trillion in terms of this is like Americans, how much debt Americans hold. $101 trillion. Jesus Christ. These numbers are moving way too fast. Way too fast. Oh, I don't even want to go to the time machine. Ooh, state debt clocks. Let's take a look at Minnesota. How do we look? Population, 5.7 million. 110,000 unemployed. 452,000 food stamp recipients. That can't be right. We've got almost 10% of our population in this state on food stamps. Our GDP is $481 billion. $74 billion in debt. Ew. Debt to GDP ratio, 15.59%. That ain't bad. All right, Minnesota's in good shape. Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says we're only a week and a half in. Yeah, we're a week and a half in, and Doge has found, what is it? 30-some billion dollars in savings. Silverwolf with $1 says, I may be gay. Oh, okay. But at least I don't miss $5 donos on YouTube 2 days in a row, Jew baby. What are you talking about? Silverwolf, I read the $5 Thanos plan would have killed 50% at random. I did that one. That's the only one you have. This is like the second time this week you've busted my balls for something I did. But you're saying I didn't do something and I did it. Silverwolf with $10 says, sorry, you ain't getting my money. I'm not supposed to do what now? Yeah, guys, you ain't getting my money says don't pay my mortgage. Don't give the show money. It's a bad idea. We're the worst guys in the world. So giving us money is it's poisonous. It's bad for your soul. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo, etc. Keep throwing in. Keep knocking it out. And if you want to get some merch for your contributions, tinyurl.com/STMS merch. And you can grab some of that. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, whatever you want to do. Throw in a couple of bucks and let's grab another win for the toe. Okay, this one left me scratching my head because I really don't understand how we're supposed to enforce this. This is the second time we've gone to Mississippi today, and it's because a lawmaker there wants to ban masturbation. Forgive me for asking, but how? Like, you talk about unenforceable laws. Without looking into people's windows or installing cameras in their house, how are you going to catch people whacking off? I just want to know how we enforce such a ban. Mississippi Senator Bradford Blackman tells TMZ that men from all over the globe are livid about his masturbation ban idea, and they're leaving him vile messages, with some even threatening his life. All right, look, I will say this. You're a little too into whacking off if you're threatening to kill a guy because he proposed a bill. That probably won't pass. If some guy says, hey, I think we should ban masturbating, you go, I'll fucking kill you. And you've got one forearm that's way bigger than the other. Like, we definitely know that this is hitting close to home for you. Let's go ahead and listen to this guy. It's got to be a trolley thing. Like, it can't be like he's like super Christian. He's like, you're going to hell if you jack it.
I can't even count how many emails, voicemails, Instagram messages, Facebook messages. But what I will say is I'll break it down into response from men and from women. From women, it's about 80% positive. Thank you. Finally, you're putting a spotlight on.
Wait, 80% of women are happy that you're banning masturbation? What? I'm just tired of walking into my room and seeing my husband jacking it. It's just enough, goddammit. Throw him in jail.
For men and from women. From women, it's about 80% positive. Thank you. Finally, you're putting a spotlight on the men's role. There's about 20% of the responses from women that are saying that I'm wasting time, wasting taxpayer money.
A little too obsessed with PUD and the pounding of said PUD. Yes, we are. That would definitely be an argument I would be susceptible to.
And then on the men's side, it's actually about 50-50. About 50% are like, oh, thanks for pointing this out. I've got
take the devil from my hands and stop me from producing goo.
Daughters, and it's always about what they can do and what they can't do.
Oh,
so thank you for.
All right, he's doing this as like an abortion gimmick. All right, poor girls, you know, they get told about the abortion, and that's bullshit. And we're gonna, okay. I see what this is now. This is him saying, well, how do you think guys like it? Yeah, okay. But us whacking off doesn't produce a life that we're then allowed to legally snuff out if it's inconvenient for us. This is stupid. This is lowbrow argument horseshit. Like, oh, yeah, how do you think guys like it if we tell them we can't masturbate? When has any anti-Roe v. Wade law or when has any anti-abortion law told women they can't flick their bean? That's not what it's about. What they're saying is if you get pregnant, we'd rather you didn't kill the fucking thing. That's a little different than saying you can't crank one out before work, dude.
Spreading the spotlight on this. And the 50% of men that are not for it are upset. They are mad.
Yeah, checkmate, right? You showed those guys. Now they'll understand what oh, fuck's sake.
And I guess it's the times we live in now, because since you can just type something and hit send, but like I'm getting some of the most vile things that are people can imagine.
From guys whose arms look like Popeye. It's like, you son of a bitch, you take this away from me, I have nothing. That'd be terrible. Like in Mississippi, they banned jerking off. School shootings go up 80%. You're like, wow, these guys were hanging on by a thread. I had no idea. I was playing with fire here.
That send to me, but it's actually it's kind of funny also in a sense. I've gotten some crazy messages from men, and then the next day they'll apologize because they hadn't read it or hadn't looked into it, and they're
or they had a good jerk and they're like, you know what, I was a little aggressive. That's on me. I'm sorry, buddy. Maybe we can have a beer and talk this out sometime. I was just I was a little jack deprived, and I flew off the handle. It's my fault.
Like, oh, I agree with what you're doing. I thought that you're really trying to restrict what men can do, what men can't do, but no, you're shedding a spotlight on how everything's about what the woman can or can't do.
Oh, God. So it's some kind of abortion simp bill. The Contraception Begins at Erection Act. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad this guy's fighting the good fight. God, like it's a serious issue, and there's good points to be had on both sides. But it's so fucking stupid, some of the arguments that come up. That's like when women go, yeah, if men, if there's a birth control pill for men, it would be free. It's just a retarded argument. The Contraception Begins at, yeah, by the way, Pfizer would create a male birth control pill, and they'd be like, hey, we're so into the patriarchy that all the billions of dollars we put into developing this drug, guys, just take it. Fuck. The Contraception Begins at Erection Act aims to block men from spreading their seed unless they intend to make a baby, effectively outlawing masturbation. You could edge. But Blackman says he introduced the bill to start a conversation about all the regulations put upon women when it comes to reproductive health. Oh, yeah, because we never have that conversation. It's never like shoved in our face constantly. One thing during this last election that we never talked about was women's reproductive rights. Never got brought up. It's very strange to me. So let's talk about whacking off. And that'll be Blackman says he figured the legislation would mostly be laughed off at worst, but some guys clearly don't think the prospect of paying stiff fines for solo ejaculation is a laughing matter. No, it's not. It's just a giant waste. Again, it's just a giant waste of time. It's a dog shit argument. It's just dumb. Flinty Gecko with 10 gifted memberships. Oh my goodness. Holy shit, buddy. Thank you. Donnie's Inferno with $1.99 says, if they ban it, where will Coach get his goose snacks? I think that bit's getting a little played out, but if it makes people happy, who am I to sit here and tell them no? Silverwolf says, okay, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Here's $5, master. Oh, God, I wish, now I want Flinty Gecko to say, Aaron, that $30 that went towards the goal, you totally missed it and never thanked me. And I can go, yeah, I did. And he goes, oh, well, here's another 30. Grand Poobah with $2 says, dude wants to ban masturbation. What a jerk. Right? $1 from Coltrane says the people in Gaza use condoms to blow up and drop bombs. No joke. And by the way, $1 from Honky says Monica Lewinsky went to the dry cleaners to get her dress done, but the owner had a hearing problem. Monica said, hi, I need you to clean this. The owner said, sorry, come again? Monica says, no, not this time. I don't hate that joke. You can hate that joke if you want to. You're allowed, but I like that joke. That's a good one. $1.95 away from today. Hey, there you go, guys. Now we're getting there. Now we're getting close. A little push there on Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo, etc. Chris with $5 says they would probably just bury all the chickens alive to kill that many. Oh, wow. Christopher's a little behind. He's on the chicken story. Thank you, bud. Silverwolf with $5 says, yeah, rub it in. I want to make sure that you know that I've got your back and I'm reading all your shit. That's all. $1.85 away from today. Keep it going for a win. You guys are right back on track again. Look at you little bastards. Thank you. Get it down to 100 by the end of the hour, and you're my hero for all time. And also, we are going to throw the new shop revenue that's coming in at some of it at the goal as well. tinyurl.com/STMS merch. The shop is officially open. Well, guys, good news, bad news. The good news is we got the answer about those drones in New Jersey. The bad news is it's pretty uneventful. Sorry. It's just a bunch of fucking drones. I was really hoping for I was hoping for the nuclear thing to be true. Remember when that mayor in New Jersey said that, yeah, there was a shipment of a radioactive container and it was damaged and the contents of it were missing. And then all of a sudden the next 2-3 weeks, there's drones all over the place in New Jersey. I was kind of hoping there was some kind of like weird loose nuke drama that we were following. But Miss Levitt was giving her press conference yesterday. And again, it sounds like it was pretty uneventful, to say the least.
Before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office. From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news. And with that, I will turn it over to questions.
That's it. So it was research, then it was a bunch of private citizens, and then people just kept jumping in on the drone thing. Talk about uneventful. That sucks. I got to be honest. I thought there was gonna be more to it. Although Cocktiff says, sounds legit. Moving on. Yeah, there's a little bit of that too. I'd like to think that the Trump administration, if there was anything hinky going on, they would say it. That I feel like this administration likes exposing a cover-up. This is the same Trump administration that's like, turn loose all the files on JFK, RFK, Martin Luther King. Let's check it. Let's see all of it. Let's see what really happened there. So I feel like if there was some messed up shit going on with the drone deal in New Jersey, that they would want to tell us. I know that's a very naive take, but I want to believe that. We've got a random act of gayness from Adam for $5. We so do love random acts of gayness from our audience. And Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $10. Thank you very much, pal. Appreciate it. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says boring. It is. It's a very boring end to that whole saga, to be honest. I thought we were going to get... I was really... I don't know why. It probably says a lot about me, but I was hoping for loose nukes. That was the thing that I wanted out of this whole thing. All right, there you go, guys. 170 away from today. Keep it going. We are getting close. That zero is within sight. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Keep it going. It is getting down to nut cutting time. We have a lot of time left in the show, and we do not have that much further left to go in the goal. Go ahead and throw in a few bucks. It's coming down nicely. This is fucked up. There was a Colorado track meet where, I don't know if you've ever been to like a high school track meet, but they're pretty uneventful. You got some running, you got some throwing, you got some jumping. If you've been to one track meet, you've been to them all. Right? They're long, they're boring. There's shit going on in different places. In Colorado, though, they had something go horrifically wrong. This is something out of like a medieval thriller. A track meet, I guess this is more a field event. The field portion of track and field went awry in Colorado.
Turn now to a horrifying accident at a high school track meet in Colorado. A Colorado family is in mourning after a tragic accident at a track meet.
It was just horrible for everybody.
57-year-old Wade Langston was at a field house in Colorado Springs watching his son when a competitor in the weight throwing event lost control of a 25-pound weight like the one seen here. The weight flying over a safety net, striking Langston in the bleachers.
Hell of a throw, though, right? I mean... Got that all the way up to the bleachers. I mean, it's you may need a little more rosin next time. You got a little bit of slippery hands, but holy shit, did you give it a ride? It's a hammer. It was a hammer throw. A fucking hammer flew up in the air and jacked this guy right in the head. I gotta say, keep an eye on the action. Pay attention. There's no way you should be getting hit with a 25-pound hammer. If you're watching and you're paying attention, you can get the fuck out of Dodge before that one gets you.
Mountain Line Field House for medical with engine 9.
He was pronounced dead at the scene. Oh. His family says Langston...
That means that thing hit him right in the head, and he just, remember when William Wallace kills Mornay in Braveheart with the mace while he's in bed? It's that downward motion, and his whole face just turns into strawberry jam. It's probably what happened.
Was a truly wonderful person who brought laughter to every room he entered.
Unfortunately, his Achilles heel was not paying attention when people went, heads up!
Questions now being raised about the safety net. The university that hosted the meet says the weight went over, quote, certified barriers.
Yeah.
The one athlete tells the Daily Mail the nets were the lowest he's seen in his 6 years of competing.
Okay, but here's the thing. Every time this happens, every time we have a freak accident, everyone wants to overreact, and they want to go, oh my God, we got to make the nets twice as high. And, it's like baseball. Every time someone gets their teeth knocked out by a line drive, oh, we have to put nets up along the third baseline. Fuck that noise. I get tickets on the first baseline so I can catch a line drive. So I can have one screaming down the line and I get to stick my hand out and maybe make a grab. A lot of people get those tickets for that reason. How about if you're not a particularly astute guy, you're bringing your girl there for a date and you guys are going to play footsie and look at each other and, oh, schnookums, I love you so much. Don't sit on the third or first baseline. Sit behind the plate behind the net, or sit in the upper deck, or sit out in left field, where you're less likely to get a ball. And if you're at the hammer throw competition, don't, keep your eyes on the field.
Accidents at track meets are rare, but in September, a teenager in Australia was critically injured by a hammer throw, and a student in Illinois was killed by a hammer throw in 2017.
It was just
all right. So in 10 years, we've had 3 instances of people being killed by hammer throws. We don't need to change the rules for that. If anything, every 3-4 years, we get a reminder, fucking keep your head on a swivel when you're at these track meets.
Complete, utter, terrible fluke.
Now, an outpouring.
I thought he was going to say form, like just shit on the thrower. Be like, we tried to teach her, but God damn it, she doesn't put her hips into it. I'm tired of this shit.
Support, not only for Wade Langston's family, but also for the young athlete who lost control of that weight.
And he's a good.
Oh, yeah. Imagine how that person feels. Oh, no. You're a high school kid and you literally killed somebody. And there's no feeling better about it. It's not like you can be consoling that person. Let's say you're their coach or their friend and oh my God, I killed that guy. I mean, you can't lie to them and be like, oh no, it wasn't your fault. It was 100% your fault. You threw that hammer and you killed that guy. What do you say to make someone feel better about something like that? I threw a hammer and I killed that guy. Yeah, that's too bad. You want to go get ice cream or something? What? I don't really know what to do in these instances. We've only had 2 other times where this has ever happened.
Kid, and he's probably just dying inside right now. And
terrible choice of words. Guess what? Somebody's dad died on the outside and the inside. They're dead. One thing the hammer thrower is certainly right now is not dying. They might feel really bad, but he left the dying to the guy who got hit in the head.
I feel terrible for him.
A local track club started a fundraising site for Langston's family. Police are not investigating his death as a criminal matter.
No, I mean, you can't. The kid's going to put himself through enough shit with this whole thing happening. You can't sit there and be like, all right, kid, you're going to jail. It's like he's already going to be a puddle. There's no reason. I don't know, Pants Maestro. He says he's got a taste now. Send him to the border. It's one of the most effective throws in recent history in track and field, though. I mean, literally as a killer throw. Dead Game says, ever toss javelin, kid? He's going to be recruited. Pablo Pacheco says I thought that was really stupid for that coach to say. He's probably dying on the inside. No, let's not. We saw him in the locker room. He was drinking. I mean, just getting hammered. He felt so bad about this. Ixnay on the hammer. Hey, let's not. Oh, man. But don't worry. He's back out on the field. He was practicing yesterday. He had a great throw. We just looked at him and we said, nailed it. No. Silver Wolf with with $5 says skip to 225. We actually have video of the kid getting hit. I don't believe you. I'm going to watch this, but I have a feeling I'm about to be set up. Marble Arm says concussions awareness drops a level. Yeah, we're gonna have to watch a few videos on head trauma, I think. And I agree with Potato Head Case. I don't want this kid to feel bad about this and stop throwing hammer. I mean, don't throw your life away, kid. All right, let's go to 225. I have a feeling that this is, this looks like it might be from the movie Fury. I don't think this is from a track and field event.
Again! Fuck, great, put it in now. On the one!
Yeah, I don't think that was a track and field event. I think that was a guy getting his head blown off by a tank round. I mean, either that or track and field events have changed a lot since I was a kid. Mussolini Dip with $5 says, hey, a new game came out where the objective is to kill many people with heavy objects. You want to... Oh, my bad. Now's not the time. We don't have to do recruiting at the moment. The poor guy, he's been through enough, really. 165 away from today's goal. You guys are right there. You guys are right on pace for a successful day for the toe here. Go ahead and throw in a few bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. And let's see if we can get down the stretch run here and finish this thing off. Like I said, tonight's evening show goal is hardly anything. We're going to be probably 40, 50 bucks into tomorrow morning's goal, and those are the last ones we have left. So I think we knock out today. We're looking pretty good for another win for the toe. So throw in little Streamlabs, little PayPal, little Venmo. We appreciate it. Let's call it another win. Again, 165 away from today. All right, let's open up these 8 o'clock. Oh, no, we got a couple more in the 7 o'clock hour here. While we do, let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, Midland Armory with an awesome selection of everything you need for personal protection, sport shooting, hunting, etc. Grab it at midlandarmory.com. If you're an FFL license holder, you can actually have, the things you need for hunting and all that delivered right to your door. But if it's optics, parts and gear and stuff like that, they can deliver it right to your door if you order online at midlandarmory.com. Or just go to Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Go say hi to Derek and Tracy and see what they have in stock for you. If you have questions, give them a call, visit them in store, send them an email, whatever. Nobody more knowledgeable when it comes to firearms and whatnot than Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go to Stoney's tomorrow night, $2 cans, Thirsty Thursdays, Stoney's Bar. Go support them, go say hi, hang out with the group, bring your friends, pool tables, darts, live music on the weekends, great party atmosphere, and the awesome Ultimate Bloody Marys. Go see them this weekend or sometime this week if you have time at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's Bar. Hey, Gray Duckling. Was it Gray Duckling or was it somebody else? It was Gray Duckling or Wild Card. Sent me their envelope from the post office where I had stuffed all their Stoney's certificates in. They had like 4 Stoney's certificates that I had sent them. And the Postal Service sent them like an apology bag for damaging their package. Somebody had taken the fucking Stoney's gift cards out of the envelope. And Gray Duckling got an empty envelope for his Stoney's shit. Like, are you allowed? Like, I didn't know you could do that. You could go into something, grab the gift certificates out, and then just send them a, oops, sorry, we fucked up letter. What the shit? Also, a lot of people letting me know that they're getting their Twister in the mail the last day or so. That's awesome, guys. Thank you. If you get your Twister, let me know. I hope you'll, I put a personal message on each one. I autograph each one. Anybody who throws in $100 to this program gets autographed Twister from me. We're running that promotion now through Friday. So you got 3 more days to become a part of the $100 Twister Club. And I'm glad that people have been getting those the last couple weeks. I think I've sent out like 8 or 9. Gray Duckling with $10 says it's hammer time. I see now some people would find that insensitive. That to the person who was hit in the head with the hammer at the track and field event. Turd Burglar, I don't think it's because the Postal Service is hiring black people. I don't think that's it. First and 15 says they're watching you. They're going through your mail, Aaron. No joke. I mean, it is kind of fucked up that somebody just took a guy's gift cards out of his mail. That is, if you ask me, Rather shitty. Rather shitty. 155 away from today. Again, thank you very much. All the links are pinned to the top of the page. Hey, what do you say? 155 away. Go to Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. Or, grab a hoodie or a t-shirt from the Steel Toe store and let's knock this thing out. We're 155 away. It's getting close. Another win for the Toe. You talk about fuck-ups. There's a 12-year-old kid who's in a lot of trouble, and it wasn't a prank. It wasn't that the kid, was dicking around or he was screwing with people or anything else. This 12-year-old literally thought he was doing the right thing, and he ended up causing a small panic at a middle school. Let's go ahead and check this story out. This is out of Nashville.
We hear it time and again. All school threats nowadays are taken seriously. Both the FBI and Metro Police came here to DuPont Tyler one day after the Antioch school shooting to arrest a 12-year-old boy.
My kid was taken from me for an entire day, leveled with charges of threat of mass violence, and put on probation.
Kyle Caldwell is still trying to process what happened. His son came across a post threatening a school shooting and shared it. Caldwell knows that was a mistake, but his son thought he was warning others.
Yeah, I mean, no, wait. Come on, let's use a little discretion here. He's 12 years old. He saw a threat that the school was going to be shot up, and he shared it he thought he was First of all these stupid dipshit adults in his life use this term raising awareness constantly, just vomit-inducing. Raising awareness. We're raising awareness. We're raising awareness. So he thought he was raising awareness by sharing this threat to the school that was already out there, and they come and they take him away? God, guys, come on.
Just a great kid, no history, no trouble, but out of innocence.
Fuck is up with your ears, bro? Oh, does he have gauges and he took them out for the news? I actually appreciate that. I like that he realizes that kind of makes him look like a freak, and he decided not to go that route for the news. You know what? I appreciate the awareness there.
His idea was that he was informing.
The post came one day after the Antioch shooting and was immediately flagged. Authorities went to the school, questioned, and then arrested the 12-year-old, taking him to juvenile detention.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, sometimes we get a little heavy-handed with this stuff. I mean, this is pretty straightforward. There was a school shooting just the day before, and he's like, oh, shit, I better let people know that this kid's planning something. I mean, yeah, you're supposed to, take it to someone or take it to the police and go to them. But, again, he's 12, and he's not the one making the threat. The one who did make the threat is probably like, thanks a lot, you fucking rat. He was trying to get you out of school.
He was allowed no contact with his father until the next day when the child agreed to probation.
At this point, he's unmarried.
Why? Why is a 12-year-old on probation? This is fucked up. At no point can you... This is what I hate about the way government works. Nobody can take accountability for everything, for anything, really. They just get to go, well, this is my compartmentalized part of the job, and and then I pass it on to somebody else, and then they pass it on to somebody else. Nobody has the balls to, at any point in the process, go, oh, wait, we're going to cut this kid loose. This is a giant misunderstanding. We're not going to fuck up this kid's life or traumatize him over some bullshit.
He's unadvised by his father. Parental consent's gone out the window.
Caldwell supports cracking down on school threats, but his son didn't make one, and yet he was locked up and now will be expelled.
What the... You guys can stop this at any time, bro. Any second, you guys can go, oh, yay, we fucked up. That's the weirdest thing about schools and government, is that they would rather continue on a course of action that they know is wrong rather than admit they were wrong and backtrack from it. That zero tolerance shit is some of the dumbest policy I've ever heard of, because it's zero thinking. It's zero common sense. We now know for a fact this kid was sharing a threat that somebody else made so that he could say, hey, I thought I was warning people. I thought I was letting people know. Oh, hey, kid, that's nice. We appreciate that you were trying to help. But next time, what you're supposed to do is take this to the authorities and take this to your school. You don't share it on social media and blow it up more. But you don't arrest the kid, give him probation, and then expel him from school. He didn't do anything wrong.
Very hard crackdown.
Legal analyst Nick Leonardo says what happened here may seem harsh, but under a new state law, it's the reality.
If there's anything positive about this, it is the very swift response of law enforcement. However,
oh, great. Yeah. Hey, let's look on the bright side of this. At least they arrested the 12-year-old kid who didn't mean any harm really, really quick. I hope that Nashville, Tennessee is not one of those cities that won't report to ICE if there's illegal immigrants with criminal records, because that would look really bad. Yeah, we don't want to report the criminal records of illegals, but this 12-year-old who thought he was helping? Yeah, let's fucking bury him forever.
However, the unintended consequences of this new law with conflicting provisions, is going to have a lot of individuals out there that may be arrested that really, didn't mean to do anything or didn't intend anything.
These days,
yeah, then it's a stupid law and it needs to be changed, or you need to give people a little more discretion to, say when something's okay or like when it's maybe a little fucked up and you should reverse course.
Is what happened to Kyle Caldwell's son here at DuPont Tyler is not the exception, but the rule. It is the way the law is in Tennessee these days when it comes to school threats, and is simply the world we live in. Nick Barris.
This is retarded. It doesn't have to be. You guys, you're all people who are in charge. You can stop at any time. Well, there's nothing we can do. The letters in the book there say we have to do this. You can just decide not to this time. You can just exercise your discretion and say no. Well, no, but the book. Yeah, I know. I understand, but the book. Just ignore the book this time. Just ignore the fucking book and we can all move on. Approachable says, you don't get it, Aaron. They arrested him and put him on probation because he was one of the ones that was not on law enforcement's radar. Yeah, hey, I wish they were this swift in arresting the people who end up shooting up schools. So they can track this kid, they can arrest him, they can put him on probation, they can kick him out of school when he's absolutely no threat to anybody. But the kid who actually threatens to shoot up schools, they fudge and fuck around and screw that up until the kid kills 15 people. Good. You guys are, you know what? This, I apologize. This sounds exactly like government. This is actually it's on the nose. Riding Dirty Llama with 1999 says, Toe Daddy, how is the Steel Toe Morning Show Monopoly Club board game coming along? Looking forward to the new player pieces and the property spots to claim. Thanks. I don't know, Llama. Did we talk about making a Monopoly game? I don't know. There's a lot of jokes the fans have that I either forgot or was never clued in on, and they didn't know that. 140 away from this morning. Keep it going, guys. You're on the right track. 140 away from knocking this goal out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Throw it all in there. Hey, those 20s make that goal come down pretty quick.
We want the goal, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you.
It was a little glitchy in that one. Again, if you want to get anything from the Steel Toe shop, tinyurl.com/STMS merch is the link. tinyurl.com/STMS merch. The links are in the chat in both YouTube and Rumble. And we will be taking some of that money from the merch store, and we'll be throwing some of it at the future goals this week. After this morning, we only have 2 left, and we're halfway through one of them for tonight. So looking good. Keep it going. Let's hammer out the rest of today. We've got ourselves what they like to call another win for the toe. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, I work for the government. I'm here to help. Wasn't that that was Reagan, right? He said the 8 most feared words in the English language. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. That's 9 words. What were the fucking 8 words? I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Maybe we knock out the and. No, I believe the 8 words were we must make it a safe place for white children. I think that was the 8 words. All right, guys, 140 even away from today. Knock it out. Call it a win. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Those 20s make it go down awfully quick. Bitcoin people are really mad. They got an endorsement that a lot of people consider the kiss of death. I don't know how long you followed Jim Cramer, the financial guy. He's been around for like 25 years in the public eye. But Jim Cramer has this fascinating shtick where he's been like a market advice guy and a stocks advice guy, but he's most famous for being really fucking wrong about stuff. Like, he was one of the guys in 2008 who was like, Bear Stearns is fine. I don't know what people are panicking about. Shut up about Bear Stearns. Lehman Brothers is doing great. Subprime mortgages, they're fine. Quit being a bitch. And then one day, everything just went abandoned ship, and we just ate a fat dick. And Jim Cramer's like, what did he do? Like, what did Jim Cramer do after he fucked up that bad? I remember that there was an interview between him and Jon Stewart about how bad he fucked up people's lives by giving them this shitty advice. Jim Cramer, Jon Stewart. I wonder if we can find that anywhere. Oh yeah, here it is. Here's a clip from that whole thing. This was after the 2008 crash. I think this was a 2009, 2010 interview with Jim Cramer where Jon Stewart just took him out to the woodshed. Trucker 18 Wheeler, thanks for the $1.99. Reagan said 9 words. Okay, well then it fits. Thank you, buddy.
You're pretending that you are a dew-eyed innocent. Roll.
This was funny. I remember watching the uncensored version of this online, and Jon Stewart just kept playing clips and burying Cramer.
If I may, just roll 212. Roll 212.
In my opinion, he's the most offensive Cramer. Like, what Michael Richards did at the Comedy Store was way less offensive than Jim Cramer costing people their entire fortunes.
No, not 212. Now, you can't ferment. That's a violation of ferment. Yeah, you can't foment. You can't create yourself an impression that a stock's down. But you do it anyway because the SEC doesn't understand it. So, that's the only sense that I would say this is illegal.
Wow, what a piece of shit. You can't foment the idea that a stock is going down, but the SEC doesn't give a shit, so we just do it anyway. That's nice.
It's
216.
Another stock that a lot of people are focused on right now seems to be Apple.
Yeah, Apple's very important to spread the rumor that that both Verizon and AT&T have decided they don't like the phone. Right. That's a very easy one to do because it's also you want to spread the rumor that it's not going to be ready for Macworld. And this is very easy because the people who write about Apple want that story. And you can claim that it's credible because you spoke to someone at Apple because Apple doesn't.
Right, they're not going to comment.
Wow. So this piece of shit is like, yeah, you can just pull stuff out of your ass and you'll be totally fine. So if you guys forgot what a fucking scumbag Jim Cramer is before we get to the actual Jim Cramer story, this is a good refresher.
I got to tell you, I understand you want to make finance entertaining, but it's not a game. And I when I watch that, I can't tell you how angry that makes me. Because what it says to me is, you all know. But yeah,
that's exactly what it is. You're all in on it. You all know what's going to happen. And you just give people this shitty advice and you don't give a fuck what happens to them.
Know what's going on. You can draw a straight line from those shenanigans to the stuff that was being pulled at Bear and at AIG and all this derivative market stuff that is this weird Wall Street side bet.
But, don't you want guys like me who have been in it to show the shenanigans? What else can I do? Last night's show...
No. I want desperately for that. But I feel like that's not what we're getting. What we're getting is, listen, you knew what the banks were doing, and yet we're touting it for months and months. The entire network was.
We want the gold.
Oh, my God.
Hulk Hogan.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm going to start hitting that eyeball at some point. But yeah, it was guys like Jim Cramer knew how the game worked, and they didn't bother telling any of us. They knew what these guys were doing. They knew what kind of bullshit moves they were pulling. That's the biggest problem I have with Jim Cramer is he fucking knows better and he plays along anyway. And then when shit goes bad and he looks like an asshole, you go, what? What do you want me to do? I'm doing what everyone else does. Yeah, but you're the only one who tells us that you know what they're doing, and then you go ahead and join them anyway.
Okay, Peter writes, should I be worried about Bear Stearns in terms of liquidity and get my money out of there? No, no, no. Bear Stearns is fine. Do not take your money out. This is really... Okay.
How funny that my Edward Jones guy is calling me right now. I swear, that's fucking weird. That's one of those weird ear-tingling things. I have to do my annual review of markets and whatnot. That's just funny that we're talking about Kramer and all that shit, and then all of a sudden Edward Jones calls.
Bear Stearns is fine. Do not take your money out. This is really... Look, if there's one takeaway other than a plus 400 somewhere, Bear Stearns is not in trouble. I mean, if anything, they're more likely to be taken over. Don't move your money from Bear. That's just being silly. Don't...
A few weeks later, Bear Stearns is completely out of business and everybody is fucked. Here's another clip of Kramer and Jon Stewart. Before we get to the Jim Cramer Bitcoin thing for today, I just really want you guys to work, I want to work you into a lather of hatred for this complete hunk of shit.
Financial professionals, and then there's the people who say they only make good calls, and they're liars. I try really hard to make as many good calls as I can.
I think the difference is not good call, bad call. The difference is real market and unreal market. Let me show you. This is you ran a hedge fund.
Yes, I did for many years.
All right.
A lot of times
So just throw him in jail. You ran a hedge fund. Guilty.
when I was short at my hedge fund and I was positioned short, meaning I needed it down, I would create a level of activity beforehand that could drive the futures. It doesn't take much money.
What does that mean?
Okay, this was a hyperbolic example.
I love when these guys are caught and like, because they look at the rest of us like we're a bunch of rube hillbilly dipshits and they can get away with whatever they want. When these guys are caught, they have this weird cheeky grin they get and they go, all right, look, that was hyperbolic and what I was saying. What they're really saying is, okay, I'm fucking caught and I got to try to spin my way out of this because the thing I was doing was a real shitbag move.
Of what I was trying to get people to, you had a great piece about short selling earlier.
Yes, that's
I've been trying to rein in short selling, trying to expose what really happens.
Oh, you're the good guy. You're the hero.
This is what goes on. What I'm trying to say is, and I didn't do this, but I'm trying to explain to people, this is the shenanigans.
It sounded like you were talking about that you had done it.
Then I was inarticulate because I did trade, I barely traded the future.
Sorry, guys. I told you by the end of the show, I'm going to be like coughing and I'm getting sick. And the Advil is definitely helping the joint soreness, but I told you guys that I was going to be coughing and feeling shitty by the end of the show, and here we are.
Futures, but I will say that.
But this guy just said he did that. He did that activity when he ran a hedge fund, and now he's trying to say he didn't do that.
Yes, I am trying to expose the stuff, exactly what you guys do, and I'm trying to get the regulators to look at it.
Well, see, that's interesting. Roll 210.
Sure. I would encourage anyone who's in the hedge fund game to do it because it's legal,
right?
And it's a very quick way to make money and very satisfying.
Okay.
Wow.
By the way, no one else in the world would ever admit that, but I don't care.
That's right, and you can say that here.
I can.
Wow, the things you say when you don't think it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. Unbelievable. I'm trying to expose this stuff. I'm trying to teach people about. Are you?
I'm not going to say it on TV.
It's on TV now.
But you know, you smirk and you smile. People lost their fucking savings because of you. People took your advice because you positioned yourself as an expert and they lost their fucking shirt. And you're saying, it's on TV now. We should have boiled these guys in oil back in 2009. Like, we really had a chance to remake the entire world after that whole thing happened. And if we would have taken a few of these CEOs and really punished them, then shit would have changed. But instead, we just gave them money. We just gave them money and we said, here, fix it. They dug a giant hole, so we just handed them free dirt and said, fill it in, and then keep going. And by the way, don't change anything. Oh, that fucking guy makes me mad. Every time I see his stupid face, he makes me mad. So he did a thing recently where he talked about how good Bitcoin is, and then the Bitcoin bros went ape shit. They're like, "Oh no, not Kramer." By the way, he's still on CNBC. I did not know that. This was him endorsing Bitcoin this week. How the fuck is this guy still on the air?
MicroStrategy. Okay, look,
Look at that. Sponsored by Charles Schwab, Schwab Trading. He's sponsored by the criminals who run this shit. And you want to believe that this guy's on the up and he's working for you? He's paid by the man.
MicroStrategy. Okay, look, I say if you want to own Bitcoin, own Bitcoin. I own Bitcoin. You should own Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a great thing to add, to have in your portfolio, but not MicroStrategy. Just own the Bitcoin. That's enough. MicroStrategy.
Wow. So then he said that, and all the Bitcoin people yesterday started losing their shit. People were tweeting headstones to Bitcoin. There's Nancy Pelosi and Jim Cramer. Oh, no, this is funny. So, you know how Nancy Pelosi and her husband probably engage in insider trading? Well, people have been tracking her stock's performance, but then they've been doing this thing that's called the inverse Cramer. What that means is they take Jim Cramer's predictions and they bet the opposite, and the returns people are having are right up there with how Nancy Pelosi's doing. So if you invest the way Nancy Pelosi invests, you're up 54%. If you bet against Jim Cramer, you're up 43%. That's what I mean. Like, how does this guy get to stay on TV? How does Jim Cramer get to keep making calls when you bet against him and you make shitloads of money? To give you an idea of what a return 43% is, a good year in the stock market is 8 to 10% returns. That's a solid year. That's sustainable growth. 8 to 10%. You bet against Cramer, you're doing 43%. Ooh. Sam Show says, you took his advice, didn't you, Aaron? I was too young. I didn't have investments when 2008 happened. I was 21 when that whole thing was going down. When if you're 21 and you're putting money away, you're investing money already, you're a fucking genius. You're a smart guy. You deserve a lot of credit for that. Like if you're one of those rare kids who when they got a job in high school, you started socking money away, that's actually really bright. But I wasn't. I was like everybody else. When I was 21, I would take my paycheck from Litchfield. I'd pay my bills, which I didn't have very many of. Then I'd go to St. Cloud where all my college friends were, and we'd go get shit hammered. That was where I spent my money. I was a regular boy. 140 away from today's goal. Let's do it, boys and girls. Let's rally up and call it another win for the toe. We've got $140 left. Let's get it down there to striking distance before we haven't have we had to rattle the cans this week? I think we've rattled the cans one time this week. That's pretty awesome. Let's see if we can get it down there here in the next hour or so and knock out that last 140 for today. 140 away from today's goal. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Support the Steel Toe Show. Throw us a few bucks and we'll get there. And we'll do a half hour of overtime if we knock it out. This is interesting as all hell. Senator Mike Lee, where is he from? Indiana? Utah. All right. Senator Mike Lee was looking for solutions to the cartel problem because Donald Trump has named the cartels a terrorist organization. And in naming them a terrorist organization, it's opened up a lot more resources for us to fight the cartels. Well, Mike Lee was digging around the Constitution, and Senator Mike Lee found a way to fight the cartels, which goes kind of back to the colonial days, using privateers, basically pirates. to fight the cartels. Mike Lee tweeted this. What are letters of marque and reprisal, and how could they be used to weaken drug cartels? Letters of marque and reprisal are government-issued commissions that authorize private citizens, privateers, to perform acts that would otherwise be considered piracy, like attacking enemy ships during wartime. Privateers are rewarded with a cut of the loot they bring home. So Mike Lee is suggesting that you basically take, like, I would say, like, non-active duty military guys, war veterans, things like that. They get to arm themselves to the teeth. They get to go down. They get to take out the cartels, and you get to keep a piece of whatever you seize. Holy shit, dude. Let's go. Let's do things a little differently. Let's try something a little different. We've been trying it different ways for decades now. Privateers, sure. I mean, think of all these guys who have come home from war and, they're working a menial job, and some of them kind of, miss the camaraderie and miss, being in battle and this and that. Well, here you go. Let's authorize them as privateers and let's send them after the cartels. That's almost as cool as sicking the Marines on them. Legal basis in the U.S., the U.S. Constitution authorizes these commissions in Article 1, Section 8, giving Congress the power to grant letters of marque and reprisal. While Congress hasn't issued one in over a century, the authority to do so still exists. So theoretically, Congress could authorize privateers to go out and fuck these guys up. I mean, technically, they kind of do it every time the military contracts with Blackwater and these private security firms. They're kind of the new privateers. But I don't hate this idea from Mike Lee. He says, using letters of marque could be a novel but effective response to unique threats posed by drug cartels. I was watching, I can't remember what the documentary was, but I watched it like 8 years ago or so. It was really good. I think it was called Drug World or Drug Land or Cartel Land, something like that. It was a documentary about this guy in Mexico who raised up these militias to fight the cartels. But then they also showed these Americans who were on the border in, I think, Arizona, and they were actively going on immigration raids on their own as private citizens, making like citizens arrests of people trying to sneak into the United States. Like wearing army fatigues, armed to the teeth, the whole deal. Why not? Let them do it. If they want to go out there and make a little money, let them go out there and make a little money. Congress could issue letters of marque and reprisal authorizing private security firms or specially trained civilians to intercept cartel operations, particularly those involving drug shipments or human trafficking across the border. Anybody else? He had like a 10-tweet thread on this whole thing. So like, this is a United States senator. Like, he's not doing this flippantly. He's not like, hey, what do you say we use privateers and go fuck up the cartels? He laid it out chapter and verse in a 10-tweet thread about how we could actually do this. He's not dicking around. Approachable says, I wish my third grade teacher was still alive so I could rub it in her face for saying I was stupid because I wanted to be a pirate when I grow up. And she said that was not a realistic job. Right? You could, maybe they're going to allow pirate. Basically, it's legalizing piracy. Grand Poobah says, so the privateers get to keep a portion of the drugs and do what with them? No, but I think they would let you keep some of the cash you seize from the cartels. Let you keep a little taste. They gotta have a couple bucks sitting around when you go and bust them. Shit. Why not? Yeah, Dead Game says Steven Seagal would be down for sure. 140 away from today's goal. Guys, let's get in there. We only need a couple more drop-ins and we will hammer this thing out. What's it take to get on the leaderboard? Crunchy is in fourth place at $85. Andrea's in third. Look at this. We got two chicks taking up the bottom two spots on the leaderboard. What do you guys think about that? Huh? Crunchy at 85, Andrea at 90. Let's hammer it out and call it another win for the toe. 140 away. MSO says every time you miss the goal, an angel gets its wings.
Books.
Well, I don't want those angels getting their wings today,
Recommendations.
RFK is currently having his confirmation hearing. Let's check out some of that. Let's see how RFK Jr. is holding up against the senators today.
Responsibility for his words and actions. And it is, in my view, absurd coming from somebody who's trying to win confirmation for a job that is entirely about making recommendations.
God, these guys they get a little camera time and they're such pukes. This guy has the charisma of wallpaper, by the way.
Or confirmed your recommendations determine which vaccines senior citizens get for free through Medicare.
Right.
Your recommendation will determine which vaccines are given to millions of kids. Peddling these anti-vaccine conspiracy theories, as our chief health officer is going to...
Bro, I'm sorry, but the word conspiracy theory does not hit Americans the way it used to. Conspiracy theory used to be a way to go to people and be like, you're a crazy person. Now conspiracy theory is like the shit that'll be true in 6 months.
In the island nation of Samoa.
Samoa.
He traveled there himself to push his views and pour fuel on the fire of a measles outbreak that began due to low vaccination rates.
And then he was beaten up by Afa, Sika, and the entire Maivia family.
Mostly kids from a disease that is easily...
Rikishi gave him a stink face and said, take a fucking jab.
...not afford to import this experiment to our great nation. On other healthcare matters, from abortion to universal healthcare, Mr. Kennedy has changed his views.
All right, one at a time, you fucking grandstanding douche. God damn, ask your fucking question and be done. All this is done, by the way, so they can show the people back home that, like, see, I'm doing something, and I'm an orator, and I'm part of the deliberating body of the Senate. Shut the fuck up.
2023, Mr. Kennedy said that he
Mr.
wanted
Kennedy?
to pause for 8 years.
Mr. Kennedy said that. Oh, my God. Former United States champion and king of the ring, Mr. Kennedy?
Pristone, which remains a primary target of the Republican crusade against reproductive freedom.
Yeah.
I took this on back in 1990 when I chaired the first congressional hearing on the...
Nobody gives a flying shit. You're supposed to be sitting there grilling RFK Jr. And again, you're just using this camera time to go, all of the things I've done and contribute to the show just for having to watch this shit.
Women deserve to know if Mr. Kennedy will abuse his power
Mr.
Kennedy! A national abortion ban by restricting access to the safe and legal...
Isn't he pro-choice?
Meanwhile, as the Trump budget office threw the Medicaid program into chaos yesterday, Republicans in Congress are proposing
holy
deep cuts
shit
to the program that will rip away health care from millions of Americans.
Okay, we get it. The Republicans are big meanie heads. What's your question, Dick? I don't know if we have people in our audience who watch these every day. I don't know how you do it. My hat's off to you. I would have an aneurysm watching this shit.
Of home-based care. That approach amounts to handing over our nation's health system to for-profit insurance.
Wouldn't have coughed like that if you were vaccinated, bro.
Fortune, delaying and denying care. Mr. Kennedy has virtually no knowledge or experience. It leaves him unprepared to take on a crisis like the nation witnessed yesterday when the Trump budget office shut down the federal Medicaid payment portal.
Until they complied with the executive orders that he had written. Fuck.
Use materials that I have reviewed personally and closely. I've reached the conclusion that he should not be entrusted with the health.
I think all of these people should be confirmed just for having to sit through this douchiness.
The issue. How can this committee and the American people believe he has anything to say? Let me close by saying I believe more strongly than ever, and I have specialized in healthcare during my time in public service, that we're a turning...
Can you find us a cure for boredom?
America. If there's one word to describe Americans' feelings towards the healthcare system, it's disillusioned. At every single turn, people feel like they're rolling a load of dice, loaded dice.
Oh my God, this guy is so bad. I don't know all of my U.S. senators. Who is this dickhead, and when is he up for re-election? Look at RFK Jr. He just looks bored as shit. He should.
Being forced to relitigate settled science about vaccines and whether or not the federal government should help Americans get affordable
What's your
healthcare.
question?
I know where Democrats on this finance committee stand when it comes to an agenda to lower costs and improve care. I must say, I cannot say the same about the nominee sitting in front of me. And let me acknowledge, finally, Mr. Chairman, Terry Mills from Portland, Oregon, who is here to represent Nurses for America.
Oh, my God!
Organization into the record at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection. Thank you, Ranking Member Wyden.
Oh, that was Ron Wyden? Okay, Ron Wyden sucks. I hate him.
And respond to these attacks and other questions that the members of this committee have. I would say that with regard to the attack on Medicaid that we just heard, that was a false attack. It's been proven false overnight. The Medicaid portal.
I can't. This is not good for a live show. This is just hard to watch. Just a bunch of boring old white dudes rambling on. Holy shit. Ron Wyden from Oregon. God, he fucking stinks. It's a lot of... Wow. There's a lot of things I can't read in the chat about that guy. So, Silverwolf with $1 says, about time the skirts pulled their weight around here. Carlos Cameo with $1 says RFK Jr. is wishing he was the assassinated Kennedy right now. Oh my God. I can understand now why a lot of these private sector citizens don't want like jobs in administrations. Like, imagine putting yourself through that willingly. You got to really be passionate and want to do something if you're willing to sit through that horse shit that RFK Jr. is putting himself through. Because that's the time Ron Wyden's going to get now to speak on television. So he's got to do the whole song and dance. $140 away from today. Guys, if you're feeling it, please go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. You know what? We're going to take 40 from the store. We're going to throw it towards the goal here today. There you go. You guys are another $40 free. Got quite a few of you. We're kind of using the merch store as a bank, sort of. We're going to take 40 of what we've made so far from the merch store and go down to 100. There we go. Now you guys only got to knock out the last hundo to call it another win for the toe. Thank you very much. I tell you what, the you ain't getting my monies of the world are going to really hate that we have that to dip into now. That's really going to drive them nuts. Like I always say, though, to you ain't getting my money, you could always just be a fan and watch the show. Here's one that I grabbed for Sam's show. We got a high school coach in Colorado who's been suspended. He's going to be supported by Sam's show. He's been suspended after reports of anti-Semitism and unsportsmanlike behavior. All right, well, while Sam's show screams not guilty at his computer or his phone, let's go ahead and check this one out.
Models. A school that says it celebrates culture is finding itself in hot water tonight.
Oh, no, guys, not another one of these. Not hot water. I hate that. You know, some of these schools, they find themselves in hot water. Some of them, some of them are under fire. Did you know that? Some of them are in hot water. Some of them are under fire. Some of them find themselves, what's some of the other problems they end up with? They're under siege, being attacked.
Are offended by what they call a display of anti-Semitism. Tori Mason, your reporter in Aurora, and she's with us tonight to break down what happened at that basketball game. Tori, that has some people in that community rattled.
What the hell could you have done at a basketball game to upset Jews? I don't even know. Like, this one has me fascinated. Like, how far I like I like when the story has a guy who seemingly has to go out of his way to piss people off.
Yeah, well, officials here at the Lotus School tell me it appeared like everything was going smoothly at that game until the end. They can't speak to the intentions of their coach that night, but they say they're committed to repairing the harm that was done.
We stand for inclusion, we value diversity.
Secondary principal Aaron McBucket says Lotus celebrates culture, but parents at Denver Academy of Torah are offended.
Oh, no, they played the Jew kids in basketball, and they, oh, boy.
By what they call a display of anti-Semitism.
That coach's single act doesn't represent what we stand for, our values.
Lotus.
Wait a minute. How is it anti-Semitic to be? This really pisses me off. So we're really weird on this Israel-Palestine thing. Like in no world would anyone say that the Palestinian people are the big bad bully guys and that Israel is the poor little defensive place. Like nobody has that position and is being honest or is being correct. Like when it comes to Israel-Palestine, we know who has the bigger guns. It's Israel. So a coach just putting a Palestinian flag up on the bench, that's all of a sudden anti-Semitic? Motherfucker, it's not about you. It's about the Palestinians. God, I tell you, there is no group that gets to call their own hate or gets to categorize their own hate quite like Jewish people. No offense. Black people don't get to do it. Latinos, Asians certainly don't get to do it. And white people don't get to do it. They don't get to go, oh, that thing that's not mentioning us at all. Yeah, that's anti-us. Like, what?
Hosted a basketball game against Torah, a Jewish school. During the game, Lotus's Coach O placed a Palestinian banner or flag on the railing near the court.
And we haven't seen.
You're allowed to do that. Maybe he doesn't agree with what Israel's doing in the Middle East. So you can't do that. You cannot. The only way you cannot be anti-Semitic is if you just 100% rubber stamp everything Israel does, let them do it, let them do anything they want, and if you criticize it at all or say Palestine might have a point, then you're anti-Semitic. So you just have to suck ass or you're hateful. Again, this is the only group of people I know who get to do this. Because like even black people in the United States, you can talk about Chicago, you can talk about crime, you can talk about absentee fatherism, like you can talk about social issues. Like with Jews, you can't even go, hey, Palestine exists. Wow, I didn't know you hated Jewish people. Like what?
Any flags being hung in previous games. So this was like an isolated incident. And again, because of that, we already took actions.
That's interesting because if you make political protests at sports games and you're another group, you're celebrated. You're fine. You take knees during the national anthem. Well, don't punish that kid for taking a knee during the national anthem. He's protesting police brutality against black people. That's totally okay. But pointing out that, you know, the Palestinian people might have a right to their own country and that maybe Israel gets a little heavy-handed with their bombing, that's now hateful towards Jewish people, and it's wrong. Okay.
After the game, Coach O later refused to shake Torah coach's hand. Lotus suspended him.
It crosses the line when...
That's a bit... I mean, I wouldn't even say that's that you're suspending him for anti-Semitism at that point. You're really kind of suspending him for bad sportsmanship. That's a dick move. But the flag? Dude. If you know, there's an old saying: if you want to see who's in charge, look at who you're not allowed to make fun of.
And adults in position of power use that position to advance a political agenda.
Brandon Ratner is with the Jewish.
I'm really glad Jewish people never do that. But bring a trans person in to read to kids, that's totally fine. Okay. Bring someone in to talk about like trans acceptance and all that. Oh, okay, that's cool. But don't put a Palestinian banner up because the Jewish kids might get mad.
Community Relations Council of Colorado.
To use that opportunity of being proximate to Jews, to make a statement about geopolitics across the world is really just bad leadership.
Okay. So having like any kind of anti-war stance, like during the Iraq War or anything like that, that would have been hateful, right?
those coaches.
A parent letter addressed to Lotus, CHSA, and the CDE also calls for the suspension of the basketball team pending a full investigation. It claims Lotus players refused to shake hands with Torres' team post-game.
Who won?
What the video actually shows are student athletes at both schools shaking hands.
Posting about
Yeah, look, they're all shaking hands. Wearing the yarmulke after the games. Like, are you wearing the yarmulke on the court?
it online, removing any context from the event, and fanning the flames of division that makes these sort of incidents more likely.
After coach,
only when it's you though. Like again, only when it's you.
Joe's refusal, the coaches are later seen in what appears to be an argument. Denver Academy of Torah requested a meeting with Lotus the next day.
They were able to share their feelings, talk about different results, and take some actions that worked for everybody.
Now, both schools say they're committed to turning the situation into a teaching opportunity. Ratner hopes this sparks a...
Yeah, make sure whatever Israel does, you just go with it and you allow them to do it, and don't ever show any compassion for anyone in the Palestinian territories because they don't deserve it. And it's anti-Semitic to have any compassion for people being killed. Cool.
Larger conversation about the importance of combating anti-Semitism. Coach O was unable to be reached for comment. We're live in Aurora. Tori Mason covering Colorado.
Probably too busy taking lashes, for God's sake. God, it really, I mean, I'm dumbfounded. I knew Sam Show would get a kick out of that story. So wait a minute. So some person wrote in to the school and they said, oh, all the players weren't shaking hands with all the Jewish kids. They were being anti-Semitic and all that. And then there's video right there of all the kids shaking the kids. God, it's such bullshit. So all they really have is that the coach put up a Palestinian banner because maybe he feels passionate about that. Pants Maestro says Aaron cheated the goal and he's still going to miss. Guys, prove him wrong or I'm going to look like a dick. Prove him wrong or I'm going to look like a fucking dipshit. $100 left to go in today's goal. Hammer it out. Call it another win for the toe. Let's do this thing. An even hundo. Brian M. becoming a member for his 31st month. Brian M. saying, oh, I got to wait until my pinned message notification goes away. God, it really, I mean, it's 2 words. It's message pinned. It doesn't take me very long to read it. I can see the fucking thing. I want to read Brian M.'s message before I move on. And you guys are going to throw in that $100 and get us another win for the toe. That's what you're going to do. All right, I want to read Brian's fucking message. I'm just writing Brian in the chat. There we go. He says, some people find themselves in a hot tub stream. Hey, wait a minute. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? MSO saying, miss the goal. And he's saying, wait a minute, miss the goal for...
Let's do it for Johnny, man. We'll do it for Johnny.
I feel like Johnny would want us to hit today. The hell? Vince Griswold with $5 says, have you ever covered the Eruv encircling New York and how ridiculously stupid of an idea it is? No, I don't know anything about that, but I'll check into it for tonight's show. $95 away from hammering out today's goal. All right, we're in double digits, guys. Let's finish this off. Call it a W. We've already made the steel toe haters mad that we used some of that steel toe shop money to knock out some of the goal, even though I said that we're going to use it for that. They're already upset about that. So let's knock this out and make this as painless as possible for them. tinyurl.com/STMS merch. You shouldn't be so reliant on listener donations. All right, here's the merch store. We're going to use some of that for the goal. No! It hasn't even been 24 hours. You can't do that. You're being a little inconsistent there, don't you think? It's not about consistency. I really need you to not do very well. Oh, okay. Well, at least that's honest. All right, chip in, $95 to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo. Let's do it, kids. tinyurl.com/STMS merch. We watched that interview yesterday between Vivek Ramaswamy and Jesse Waters from Fox News. And to be really honest with you, we watched it and we were like, it kind of looks like Vivek and Elon Musk had a bit of a falling out. And it kind of seems like maybe Vivek got thrown out because he was rubbing people the wrong way. And Vivek was doing this interview and he's like, no, not at all. Not at all. That's not what happened. And then he went on to give these long answers. And you're like, it kind of sounds like that's what happened. Like, you ever have a guy talk so long and like he gives such a long answer that you're like, this kind of sounds like you did the thing they're saying you did. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is The Breakfast Club and their interview with Vivek Ramaswamy on Doge.
I can absolutely blame white supremacy.
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. I think I grabbed the wrong clip here. Oh, yeah, this is an old clip. I'm sorry. Oh, no, I grabbed the wrong one. What a fucking idiot. Knock out our goal because I'm so fucking good.
Wake that ass.
There we go. There's Vivek.
But I actually do think when it came to Doge was through elected. Look at right now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I take that back then.
I'm moving on to my next.
Did you get pushed out?
Next frontier.
Did you get fired? Like what?
No,
did you leave?
it was a slightly different vision from where we started to where we landed. And it's not that it's one's right or wrong, but if you take a look at where we began, right? Doge is going to be an outside body to the government.
Bro, you got dumped. I'm just listening to that first part of that answer. Bro, you got dumped. No. I didn't get fired from Doge. There was a vision for it, and the vision wasn't exactly what I had in mind. So I'm just, I'm moving on to different things. The rumors that were being printed were that Vivek was annoying the shit out of a lot of people in the Trump administration, and they just wanted him to get the fuck out of there. That was what the rumor mill was saying.
One of my core areas of focus throughout has been the constitutional and legal basis for shutting down the bureaucracy and the federal government and downsizing it. That's what I focused, written my books on, et cetera.
And these pieces of shit
evolved in more of a direction of a technology project, using a technology-first approach. And so Elon and I were on good terms. We have good personal relationship, slightly different approaches to the project. And what he and I both concluded, and I think this is right, is given my focus on law, on legislation, the right way to realize my vision is through elected office. And so
that wasn't the case a couple of months ago. I can't prove it. I don't have any evidence. I just don't buy it. I mean, because Trump ultimately is in charge. So that means that Trump wanted Elon's vision over his vision. So I don't know, man. I don't think this was as mutual as old Vivek is putting out there.
That's what I'm going to be pursuing. We have an announcement probably coming up in the next month, but that's my next path.
You're running for governor of Ohio.
That's coming up soon. But that was where we all landed. Was the right way to do this for me was if I'm focused on constitutional law, deregulation, legislation to downsize government. That's been my vision for a long time.
Then why did you want to be a part of Doge? It was never going to be legislation. It was going to be taking a fucking hatchet to government and cutting spending. This motherfucker wanted to do some shit. Elon wanted to do something else. Trump sided with Elon, and Vivek annoyed people.
I realized that I'm on my own 2 feet through elected office. At the same time, I'm happy to have helped over the last couple of months to be able to get this off the ground, and a technology-first approach from within the government now. It's not outside the government. It made all the sense in the world to make this the time that we went separate ways.
I'm sorry. I just don't buy it. You didn't you guys never talked about this during the election? You guys never discussed how you might work together on this?
It was true. There was an excuse.
I think it was just two really big personalities. They clashed, and one of them had to win, one of them had to lose. And also, don't take this as I'm kissing Elon's ass, and I think Elon's going to do a great job. I don't fucking trust that skittish, squirrely autistic motherfucker either. Him and Vivek both have said some shit that it makes me a little nervous.
The report in the Washington Post that said you were pushed out because your vision didn't align with Elon. So
I would say that we arrived at it pretty mutually. I mean, I think when it came to Doge was in the government, so there's actually a law. It's called the Hatch Act. It's boring stuff, but you literally can't run for office while you are an employee of the government unless you're the president or vice president. I've been committed to this path of likely running for governor of Ohio for a long time.
Then why? Oh, wait a minute. So then why did you agree to be a part of Doge in the first place? If you've been planning, it's the math ain't math, and this isn't adding up.
Plan initially might have been to do those at the same time. Once it became clear that was impossible to do at the same time, once it became clear to me that that was the right next leadership destination for me, felt like the start of the project on day one was the right way to start that next chapter.
Wait a minute. Which one is it then? Did you and Elon have a difference in like how you wanted to do things? Or did you always know you wanted to run for governor of Ohio, so you decided to go that? Like this, I'm hearing different excuses.
That's the way we did it.
Now, you did say the last couple of months you've been focused on getting Trump in office.
Yeah.
So now that he's in office and we've seen the last couple of days, what are your thoughts, and do you still stand by it, everything that he's done?
You know, I really think he's off to a pretty good start. I mean, you think about most presidents, they take a little bit of time to get warmed up. He didn't go through the warm-up phase. No. He got started right away. And I think there's a reason for that, which is very few presidents have actually been the president before, and then they come all the way back. Then Grover Cleveland was the only other one who...
It was just Grover Cleveland. Look, I don't trust this guy. I think that bringing Elon and Vivek onto the inside might end up being a mistake that Trump regrets doing. I really do. Andrea with $10 says it's Vivek like cake. I learned that from Timcast. Can I have a twister? Well, you're over $100. Absolutely, you can have a twister. Just make sure you send us your information, and we'll get that out to you. I think I've got one sitting around. I can probably send it out today. $90 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out and call it another win for the toe. $90 away. Let's go. Swami is going to bring the cow back to Ohio and remove the soy farms. Okay. Yankee says he had a lot of potential a few months ago. He's falling fast. Yeah, there was that big report. I read it on Mediaite, and they're a little biased, but there was that report that a lot of people inside the Trump administration thought that Vivek was arrogant, that he was a little full of himself, and he was rubbing people the wrong way. He really had a my way or the highway approach, and somebody called his bluff and said, well, we're going the highway then. Victor Vic says, we mutually agreed. Heard that when my buddy got dumped. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how it sounded to me. We mutually agreed to oh, wow, the stream's been temporarily blocked because we played the breakfast. Are you fucking kidding? We played Breakfast Club shit, so we're off on YouTube? You've got to be kidding me. All right, well, we'll be back on YouTube in a little bit. The rest of you throw in a couple bucks. We'll knock out that 90. We'll call it another win for the toe. We'll get ourselves a W today. Oh, that's horse shit. YouTube, you know, that, again, that's getting worse. Like, YouTube is like I'm playing another clip from YouTube and they're taking me off of YouTube, which is really strange. They still haven't brought us back yet. They still haven't brought us back. They removed they blocked the stream because we played a Breakfast Club clip. Back now. I think it says we're no longer being blocked due to copyright issues. Wow, what a fucking joke that is. That is, if I do say so myself, a tiny bit retarded. Okay, $90 away from knocking it out. Yes, we are back on YouTube. That is strange, man. Like I can understand if I go to like WWE.com or I go to Netflix or I go to Hulu or Disney Plus and I play something from there. But to play a YouTube clip from The Breakfast Club and like commenting on it, doing, as they say, transformative content, it's fucking insanity to me. Thank you, Flinty Gecko, for gifting 5 more memberships. That's going to put us $80 away from today's goal. Keep going, boys and girls. Knock it out. We're only 80 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thanks again. Of course, your merch purchases, a portion of that now goes toward the goal. Nothing is more dangerous than getting between J.B. Pritzker and the buffet table from Elon Musk. Elon Musk tweeted this, calling this guy fat. Yeah, see, Elon Musk is a fucking dipshit, too. I don't think that bringing those guys in on the inside was a good idea.
Last November.
Honestly, so he made a buffet table joke about this guy. If you want Doge, if you want a government efficiency department, I think Ron and Rand Paul would be the two perfect guys to run it. You want to see hundreds of billions of dollars get knocked out of that budget in real time. Give it to Ron and Rand and let them run roughshod over it. What the fuck does Elon Musk know about the budget?
Last November, on the day after the election, I made a promise to the people of Illinois.
Yeah? You were going to keep fucking them over and making them live in a shithole?
Comes to threats to our freedom, health, or security. If you come for my people, you come through me.
That's kind of difficult. I could try to go around. See, it's okay for me to make a fat joke. I'm not running a government agency. But Elon's running a government agency, and he's like, oh, look how fat this guy is. Bet he doesn't run from a buffet table. Ha ha ha. Chips and Diff says, why is Shannon Sharp standing behind fatties? You know, is that appropriate? Anonymous says, Aaron, look up J.B. Pritzker and toilets. No joke. Oh boy. Is this going to be disgusting? J.B. Pritzker toilet. Did you know this fat fuck is a scam artist who bought the mansion next to his and purposely wrecked it so he could lower property taxes on his giant mansion? Get the fuck out of here. Really? I'm not seeing any J.B. Pritzker toilet stuff though. J.B. Pritzker toilet. All right, here we go. Illinois governor candidate removed mansion's toilet to dodge taxes. Oh, that's part of the same thing. Okay. In the final weeks of the Illinois governor's race. Oh, by the way, do you guys know about Illinois governors? Like almost every one of them for the last 30 years has been a crook. And when I say crook, I mean literal criminal who have like gone to prison. You got Rod Blagojevich, and then like I think 2 before him did time or faced charges. I wouldn't be surprised if, this guy's a venture capitalist. Oh, he's definitely a crook then. And he's an heir to the Hyatt Hotels fortune. He's worth $3.2 billion. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, he's going to be a real voice of the people. But then again, our president's worth $9 billion. In 2007, Pritzker and his wife bought a second mansion next to the one they live in on Chicago's Astor Street for $3.7 million. Imagine being able to just chuck $3.7 million at a house you're going to destroy. As the Chicago Sun-Times reported, that mansion remained vacant and was allowed to fall into disrepair. And then in October of 2015, according to a report by Cook County Inspector General Patrick Blanchard, the Pritzkers had 5 toilets removed from the second house so that it would be classified as uninhabitable in a property tax appeal. Cook County assesses vacant properties at 10% of the market value. Oh, you cunt. So if you're not catching it, so this guy took this $3.7 million home removed the toilets so that it was worth 1/10 of that, thus dropping the property values of everything around him and thus making the house that he owns taxed at a lower rate. What a fucking asshole. I thought when you said check out JB Pritzker and toilets, I thought he like broke one or something like that. Shit show with 199. Thank you, buddy. But I think that guy's one of the biggest hacks out there. I think I really like it when people who have never met me, spoken to me, shared a screen with me go, I'm gonna make this guy my thing. It's like, at least have the honesty with your audience to admit, look, I can't do a show on my own. Aaron's got a big audience. I can grift off of Aaron. I can make it off of him because I can't do a show like Aaron does and make it. If somebody had that level of honesty, I would respect that. Otherwise, no offense, you're kind of like the dictionary definition of a hack. But thank you for the 199 199 shit show. I'm sorry I shit all over your boy. I didn't mean to upset you. All right, $80 away from knocking out today's goal. Speaking of triggered, not shit show. We're talking about CNN. They're having a rough week. They had to let go of their boyfriend. Poor Jim Acosta is gone from CNN now. Now they got their resident Republican, Scott Jennings, who, again, this was the guy that I wanted for Trump's press secretary, because, boy, does he get a rise out of people. He would be like the Aaron of the Trump administration. Sorry, shit show. But he is better served, I think, being on CNN and just making these people go nuts. So on CNN, they're still talking about this fucking Elon Musk hand salute thing. Now, look, the Elon Musk thing was a bad look. I don't think Elon Musk was actually giving a Nazi salute, but it looked shitty. At the same time, I think we can drop it now. I think it's done. It was a bad look. It was stupid. He went crazy autistic boy and got a little too riled up. I think we can move on to bigger and better things now. Nope, not CNN. Oh, by the way, $5 from the Grand Poobah says, at one point you were statistically more likely to go to prison from being governor of Illinois than you would for murder in Illinois. By the way, I sent you an interesting not the B link on Facebook Messenger. All right, I will check that out if we go to overtime. Right now, we're $75 away from hitting today's goal. Thank you guys very much. $75 away. Let's avoid having to do any of that last 5 minute stuff. Let's just get inside of 50 right now. Call it another win for the toe. And we don't have to. It's perfect. Sam Show says it's a bad look. No. What you do is just ignore it and act like it didn't happen. No, but I'm kind of agreeing with you, Sam Show. I'm saying when it comes to the Elon thing, all right, it happened. We saw it. We all know. Let's move on. This is stupid. That's kind of, I think you and I kind of have the same take on it. But CNN wants to beat it into the ground and fucking keep going. And oh, what a piece of shit this guy is. Scott Jennings kind of turned the table on one of these CNN gals, and she lost her cool just a little bit.
Look, the first time that Elon Musk decides to declare that globalist Jews are responsible for the great replacement of brown people into the United States.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, what's the criticism exactly? I'm not saying you can't criticize it. I'm saying, you just can't say that and expect us all to go, well, that's just a bunch of crazy talk. What an asshole.
Maybe it was a misunderstanding. The second time he said that Jews are pushing hatred against white people, that's a quote.
Again, would you like to present some evidence to refute said assertion?
Was a little iffy. By the second Sieg Heil, I think he kind of loses the benefit of the doubt to...
Second Sieg Heil? He did a first Sieg Heil? Oh, I'm missing all the good. I'm missing all the good Elon Musk hand raises. By the way, they did kind of do that thing where they showed all the Democrats who had stuck their hands out during speeches, and that's when I was like, we can drop this. It's getting pretty fucking childish at this point.
To be not accused of playing footsie with these Nazis. I'm not saying he's a Nazi.
You ever played footsie with a Nazi? It's not what you think it is. They're not like, ooh, this is fun. They're like, get away from me, you fag. And then they beat you up. It's I can't recommend playing footsie with a Nazi. They don't like it. They get insecure. They start to feel something. Shit gets weird.
Saying the Nazis think he's a Nazi, which they very clearly did at this event. And these words were not said in a vacuum. As you pointed out, the leaders
they were said into a microphone. Of course they weren't said into a vacuum, silly.
of AFD have embraced, in many cases, the Nazi heritage. They have wanted to take down the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin, saying it is inappropriate to recognize this horrific chapter in German history. And I just think it's horrific.
Elon Musk did tell Germans, he said to Germans that you have to move on beyond your guilt of the Holocaust. That is kind of true. Like, all countries have to do that. All countries at some point have to go, okay, we're moving on from this. It was a bad time in our history. We did a bad thing, but we can't just sit here for the next 100 years saying we're sorry for it.
I don't understand why this guy keeps getting the benefit of the doubt, whether or not he believes this stuff personally.
You didn't even mention the Nazi jokes he was making on Twitter. That actually got
he's been given
ADL
so
to
many
say
chances
something about it.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some good Nazi jokes. In the ashtray, you know, there's a couple.
Hearing a lot of sighing, Scott. What's the deal?
I mean, we've moved on from Trump derangement syndrome to Elon derangement syndrome.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to defend his saying the Germans get to
Let me let him finish.
I mean, I would. I mean, don't threaten me with a good time. I'll give it my best shot. I'll give it the old college try.
I love this game we play where you talk for 2 minutes, I talk for 3 seconds, and you freak out. So he has a long record of supporting the Jewish people, number one. Number two, anybody who is asserting.
But like this is where Republicans don't realize, and I think Sam Show's kind of right here. This is where they lose. Like, I know you're going to make better points. I know you're going to kind of refute what she said, but the fact that you're even playing on this field, the fact that you're even having this conversation is a loss because it's distracting from bigger issues. And now you have to play the defensive on, you know, is Elon Musk an anti-Semite?
This thing he did on the stage the other day was a Sig Heil, which I just heard you say. You know, lawyer up maybe, because absolute ridiculous thing to say. Under no circumstances.
The Nazis in Germany thought it was a Sig Heil.
Under no circumstances.
The Nazis in Germany. Well, of course, they want a billionaire to be on their. I mean, you know, use them like a fucking piñata, you know?
Under no circumstances was he doing anything other than expressing enthusiastically.
Why don't you do it on TV right now?
His appreciation.
Why don't you do it on TV right now?
Okay, she's kind of got him there. Like, if someone told me, hey, do what Elon did right now on the air, I'd be like, ooh, I think I'm going to pass. It's, but again, not because I'd be doing a Nazi salute, because my answer would be, it's not a good look. It looks a little too close, you know?
I think it's so.
Number three.
So, you know, banal.
Number three. I think it is fully appropriate. And I, of course, have been the strongest supporter of the Jewish people on this network for over a year. Since
you have? That's been you? Oh, man.
October the 7th.
Is that true?
To remember the Holocaust and to remember the atrocities committed against the Jewish people. And I also think it's appropriate to remember the atrocities committed against them right now. And it seems to me, let me just finish my point.
No,
it seems to me.
I won't let you change the subject.
It seems to me.
Let's address what we're talking about.
I'm trying to finish my point.
As the Jew.
I love that everybody gets to talk for 2 minutes, and the minute Scott Jennings starts to make any kind of point, everybody else, they get to jump in and pile on.
Right now. And it seems to me, let me just finish my point.
No,
it seems to me.
I won't let you change the subject.
It seems to me.
Let's address what we're talking about.
I'm trying to finish my point.
As the Jew at this table.
Oh, my God. As the Jew at this table? And oh, boy. Yeah.
I'm trying to finish my point.
I would say.
The people who are most concerned about and most all over Elon Musk today have had nary a word for the Nazis on college campuses who've gone crazy for the last year and a half.
That is bull. That is bull.
Nothing.
I am a Jew.
That was the. Wait a minute. Go to the end of that clip. That's a funny cutoff point they picked.
For the Nazis on college campuses who've gone crazy for the last year and a half.
That is bull. That is bull.
Nothing.
I am a Jew.
And it just cuts off right there. But, like, there's something to be said for the fact that Scott Jennings gives these retorts to these women, and he's mild-mannered, he's calm-spoken, he's chilling, so to speak. And the response he gets is, I can't believe you said that. You're such a piece of shit. Oh, Klopogram says, who is this silly bitch? Right? Like, they just come up with these people. They pull them out of nowhere, and they're like, here, you're qualified to talk on TV about what's going on in politics. What? Why? Well, I mean, you're Jewish and you're a Democrat. That's all it is. You're Jewish and you're a Democrat, and CNN has 24 hours of content that they have to fill. So we need somebody here. We need warm bodies, essentially. All right, we got about 7 minutes until the end of the hour. Turd Burglar says, speaking of Jews, Aaron needs 20 for overtime. We're $75 away from today's goal. Guys, let's go ahead and rally up and knock that out. 75 is a very doable number for the toe. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's call this a W. I got about a minute 45 until we rattle the cans, try to knock this thing out. Thank you guys for all the merch you've been buying. We've only taken $40 for the goal so far. We'll probably take a little more for tomorrow morning. Hopefully we hit. We've got that January coming up in overtime. We got that January 6er who got shot dead by the cops. That's really unfortunate. Just gets his pardon. We also have Joan Rivers' daughter saying that she believes her mom was killed because she called Michelle Obama a man. Now, the official story is that Joan Rivers died getting plastic surgery because, that happens all the time in America. But Joan Rivers' daughter, Melissa, is now saying it might be because of the Michelle Obama deal. We've also got Anthony Mackie, Falcon / Captain America, just saying some un-American shit. It's just perfect for Hollywood. And the Minnesota Supreme Court has ruled in favor of the Democrats and says that the House of Representatives cannot be in session with just the Republicans there. And then a couple other stories going on for overtime. So let's throw a couple of bucks in. Let's all work together. Let's hammer out today's goal, and let's call it another win for the toe. $75 away. Here we go, boys and girls. What do you say? 5.5 minutes to go. Throw it in. Let's raise the dollar amount we need to break even for the day. Of course, the evening show crowd. Holy shit, those guys. The evening show crowd has been crushing this week. I think they're halfway through their goal already. I think technically speaking, if we would have taken the over that they have and given it to you guys, we'd be knocked out by now. But that's not fair. I said that I'd start giving it to the shows that did it. So you guys have today's goal and tomorrow's goal. That's it. That's all you've got left. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's get this thing done. Adam kicking it off with $1. Thank you very much. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Throw it in and call it another win for the toe. I feel like I've been keeping the sickness at bay today. The Advil takes care of that achiness, boy. I know that's going to wear off and I'm going to feel like shit. But boy, it really helps at getting the symptoms to subside. Toad climbs mountains with $2, says Rally. We need to really jump into this, boys and girls. 4 minutes away. Thank you so much for your support of Steel Toe. I'm out of practice. We haven't had to do this very much this week. You guys have been hammered. Yesterday, you hammered it out in the first hour. Evening show's been hammering out multiple goals in a show. Holy shit. So let's hammer out that last $75. That means you throw in 10, he throws in 10, she throws in 10. The trans one throws in 20. It's only fair. And we're going to call this a win. Let's go ahead and do it. Klopogram says train time, choo choo. I just want to get this 75 taken care of and keep the show going. Dead Game with $5 says, here, you got to ease up, man. 07. We're easing up. We're easing into $70. We're $25 away from doing that overtime and extending another 30 minutes. Atomic Ray says Advil drops fever and inflammation, but not congestion or fluid flow. The Advil increases fluid flow and some a diuretic, but you keep doing you. Well, it helps the symptoms that I'm having. Thank you. But thank you for the tip, sir. $70 away from today's goal. Get in there on Venmo, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chats and Rumble and all of that. Gift some memberships, however you want to do it. $70 away from today's goal and 2.5 minutes away from a win for the toe or an L for the toe. That would make a lot of people happy, though. And, you know, this show is all about making people happy. I want to thank everybody who's been purchasing that merch, too. We'll put some of that towards the goal as well. Thank you very much. Frostalicious says, did you talk about the Eagles fan that died from falling off a light pole? No, but I'd be more than thrilled to. 2.5 minutes left to go. Atomic Ray with $1 says, I'm poor. Well, you know, it happens from time to time. We need to knock out that $70. Come on, guys. It doesn't take much. That means you and you and you and you. And that's probably it. Honestly, if we get you and you and you and you, I think we'll be done with the $70 and we'll call it another win for the toe. I feel like this was supposed to be easy. We were kind of drilling it today, and we've been nailing it the last couple of days. I did not expect this to be the hater love fest that it's becoming. 1.5 minutes away. Let's go, boys and girls. I mean, I'm all for a half hour off here and there, and we have been doing very, very well. But I'm a prideful guy, and I want to get a W. I'm not going to take any more out of the store yet. I want to save some for the morning show audience tomorrow. That would be nice. So let's go. Let's do it, guys. 1 minute and 10 seconds away. $70 from winning or losing. The fuck? Let's go and do it. 1 minute. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's get this thing going. Throw in your money. And let's make it happen. There's the links again, because I'm sure you're just missing it. Dead Game says, fuck pride, humble yourself. No. If we miss today, we miss honestly. We miss on, but I don't want to. I don't want to miss. I want you guys to throw in a couple of bucks, knock out that last 70, or at least get us down to 45 and give us a fighting chance to stay alive. 40 seconds left. Let's do another win for the toe, guys. Come on. You guys have been knocking it down so nice. You know, it used to be if we were within 150 in this last 5 minutes, it was hammered out, no problem. Now just the 60s and 70s are getting tough. It's like if we don't knock it out right away, weird shit happens. 20 seconds left to go. Oh, my God. If you are obsessed with steel toe and you can't get me off your mind, you might be very happy in a few seconds here. To the rest of you, throw in a couple of bucks. Let's do this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you don't like the toe, I hope you're very happy about this, because I'm doing great. The show's doing great. We're doing fine. So if I'm happy and we've made you happy, that's all I'm about. $5 from Toad Climbs Mountains says, I'm just tight. Well, thank you, buddy. Kloppo Graham says, don't forget to check out Aaron's tiny URL. It may be small, but SP says it will get bigger. Well, you know, grower, not a shower and all that. All right, $65 away from today's goal. Go ahead and throw in. We will leave as soon as I get through all of these. So I will stall for another 30 seconds, but it's very clear people have had enough steel toe for the day. So, $65 loss. Not the end of the world. Not going to die from it. Just not going to do that 30 minutes of overtime today. Thank you guys very much. Approachable says, hold on, incoming donos. All right, I'll stop. I'll wait. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, I can't find a place that sells stamps. Can someone tell me where to buy stamps at? Oh, fuck. Thank you very much. $60 away from today's goal. I'll wait. Somebody said incoming dono. I will hold on, because remember, if we get inside of 50, I got to do that extra 30 minutes for you, but then you guys got to come up big and knock it out. in that extra 30. Someone texting in, if you and Johnny got an offer to come on The Breakfast Club, would you take it? No, I won't go on the same screen as black people. Of course I would take it. Are you out of your fucking mind? I mean, I'm not going to sit here and, twiddle my thumbs waiting for it. But I think what you guys have thrown in merch more than covers what we missed today. But we did miss. It's a $60 L for the toe. There's no getting around it. So go ahead, check out check out the merch there. tinyurl.com/STMS merch. There's the links in the chat. You win some, you lose some, And losing by $60, not the end of the world. And you guys are incredibly supportive, and we do appreciate it. All right, take it easy. Mr. PayPalington with 99 cents. Thank you, buddy. We are out of here. Let's go. And we'll be back tonight. Actually, the evening show people might get your overtime because they barely have a goal tonight. They'll probably pick you up. They've been doing a very good job of that so far this week. Thank you very much for your time, guys. I appreciate it. And we will be back at 7 p.m. this evening. Oh, check out Johnny's show at 2 o'clock as well.